Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to start our third day of SciELO 25 conference. And our theme is Open Science with Idea, Impact, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility. We would like to also welcome our online participants from 25 countries. And we'd like to thank SciELO partners who helped us, supported us. We have our SciELO model with meta-publishing, bibliographic data. And on the left, you have a panel. And if you check the QR codes, you have an interface of the library as an extension of our mind. There are about 30 QR codes on this poster on the wall. We'd like to remind you that we have a conduct of code based on our ideas, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, so that everyone has a safe space. All participants have agreed on the conduct of code. It's available in our website and in our app. The hashtag is SciELO25. There is a dedicated team that is monitoring the hashtag. Please help us to make our event even more successful. Once again, I would like to tell you that before the conference, we had many webinars. One of them was on Preprints. There are 30 seminars, or webinars, better say. They are available in our website. We are going to discuss the state of the art in scientific communication and what is the impact on future journals, especially SciELO journals. When I'm not the MC, I coordinate SciELO server for preprints. So it's a special panel for me. We are going to discuss, that's dialogues, preprints, and open peer review. I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Jessica Polka, who is the Executive Director of ASAP Bio. Dr. Timothy Finning from the British Medical Journal. And to comment the lectures, we have Professor Dr. Adeilton Brandão, who is the editor of the journal Memórias do Instituto Oswaldo Cruz. And he's a researcher from Fiocruz Foundation. The coordinator will be Professor Dr. Luiz Augusto Campos. He's the editor of Dados, Revista de Ciências Sociais, Social Science Journal. He is a member of the advisory committee of SciELO Brazil, and he is a professor at the University of State of Rio de Janeiro. Before giving the floor to Professor Luiz Campos, we have a question. That's an interactive question. Sorry, that's the first slide of Professor Jessica Polka. The question is, will the model of publishing before open peer review will be dominated for how long? So for how long would this model be available? By the end of the panel, we are going to ask the same question again. And the same applies to online participants. You can vote, please. So we have the answers. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Never, I don't know. So, just except for never, there is somehow a balance among the answers. So that's the QR code, a bit bigger here on the main screen. So it's somehow balanced. So if the speakers would like to comment on this, it will be okay. So I'll give the floor to Professor Luis Campos. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to coordinate this panel. I told Alex if this question would be in a questionnaire of a sociological research, it would be rejected, how long it would take. But there is a reason. We know because publishing models are changing, and we would not believe that peer review will always be the same and not change. That's an ongoing process that we should not ignore. An academic assessment is the basis of scientific communication. We know it's a blind peer review. It's an old process, but it has undergone many changes. And that's why this is a very special panel. We are going to discuss experiment, essays, new ideas for open peer review. So I would like to give the floor to Jessica Polka. So she has about 20 minutes for her comments. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, all right, there we go. Thank you so much for accommodating my stature. I am delighted to follow this really interesting interactive question, and I hope that by the end of my talk, maybe at least one of you might want to see this future of peer review and open peer review on preprints happen faster. So ASAP Bio is a small nonprofit organization. We advocate for the productive use of preprints and open peer review in the life sciences. And the basis for our mission is that publication delays slow down discovery. So the longer it takes to share information, the more inhibitions to discovery that benefit society. And this is, I think, important because in my specific field, in cell biology, it's taking graduate students, at least at this university, 1 year longer than it used to come out with their first paper. So even though we now have the internet, we have electronic instruments, we have data processing electronically, it's taking longer to actually come out with the data. And over the same interval, the number of panels, so the individual panels in figures, has actually increased several-fold. So for some reason now, we are putting more and more data into the same paper. And what motivates people to do this? I believe it's because the concept of journal publishing is really an aggregation of several different functions. And this, of course, has been written about by Jan Veltrop in a lovely piece on the SciELO blog, and others as well. That dissemination, peer review, and curation are performed by the same entity means that researchers have an incentive to hold on to their data to assemble a complete story. And this delays the dissemination. But in the publish then review model, preprints can separate out the initial dissemination so that they are exposed to the community before the final journal publication. And obviously this audience needs no introduction to preprints, but I do want to highlight that throughout this process, that in my field especially, people often submit to more than one journal. There can be community feedback, ideas, and discussion happening on top of the preprint server. And it's this communication that presents a profound opportunity to increase collaboration. So, of course, as you all know, preprints are not peer-reviewed by the server, but they can be versioned, which makes them easy to be updated or corrected. They're compatible with journals, they're citable, and they can be used to demonstrate productivity. And perhaps these attributes are what have led to this growth in preprints in the life sciences. So since bioRxiv began in 2013, there has been a large growth in preprints, especially over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. And now, over several different servers, there are over 500,000 preprints. And I think that this has really been supported by funder policies, including one in Brazil, SciELO Institute, as well as the indexing of preprints in Crossref and in disciplinary repositories like PubMed and in eLife. eLife is now adopting this new model that I'm going to explain a little bit later as well. So in March of 2021, we reached this peak, or a really outstanding value of 10% of the volume of peer-reviewed journal articles. The volume of preprints was 10% of that size. But I want to say that not all servers are the same. In the chart that I showed you of focusing on life sciences from Europe PMC, there's a variety of different servers, and actually many of them are owned or operated in close conjunction with commercial publishers, which I think is a really important challenge that we need to think about more carefully, how to promote community in the space of preprint servers. And so I think this is one reason that I think SciELO Preprints is so outstanding, that it's offering an opportunity to publish in a way that is more directly in concert with scholars. So today I want to make a few points about preprints, 4 points. The first is that preprints reduce barriers to sharing. From this wonderful paper that described a tool called Preprint Match that identifies links between preprints and final published articles, the authors found with this efficient matching algorithm that the percentage of preprints that get published in journals varies widely depending on the income level of the country. So for example, high-income countries, about 65% of the preprints get published. But in low-income countries, low and middle-income countries, that value can be as low as 25%. And the authors also show that independent funding, so authors acknowledging external funding, is associated with a higher rate of publishing of the preprints. And that in these countries where there's lower rate of preprint publishing in journals, the time to the publication is usually shorter, as if being able to withstand and endure the journal review process, making the revisions, paying perhaps any processing charges, that is something that can be more difficult in an environment with fewer resources and with more instability. So preprints promote inclusion because they enable more research to be shared. And you may be concerned, well, what about quality of preprints? But there's a variety of evidence now that shows that the data reported in preprints, in most preprints, not all preprints, is of very good quality compared to what is shown in the final published article. And here's a really interesting study using data from the peer review service, Rapid Reviews COVID-19. And I'm going to talk about it later as well. But this service assigns a score to the quality of papers. And the authors of this study look to say, those papers that get published, do they have a higher quality rating? The answer is no. There's no association between the quality rating and whether the preprint eventually ends up getting published. So I think that all of this means that preprints are a good platform for sharing, but what I think is really exceptional is that preprints promote conversations. So on the SciELO preprint server, Alex has helped us with, he ran a crowd review trial. So crowd review is a modality that we are experimenting with where a bunch of people can comment on a Google Doc or just basically annotate a preprint. And then the comments get assembled into a single review and posted online. So here's an example of how people can enter into a conversation about peer review. And there's an important role for this public feedback. So early in the pandemic, there was a paper that appeared on bioRxiv alleging that there was a link between HIV and SARS-CoV-2. But dozens of comments and thousands of tweets helped to make readers of the paper aware that there were perhaps some problems with this association, and this preprint was actually withdrawn within 48 hours. So there's rapid sharing, rapid communication, and also rapid correction. But that's a huge edge case. Most preprint feedback is not nearly this dramatic. Here's an example of something that I think is much more collaborative. Daniel Quintana posted a preprint that he authored on a Facebook discussion group. And there was a large conversation that happened. Dan invited one of the people who was contributing to co-author a revised version of the paper, and they went on to collaborate for this paper to be finally published in a journal. So here's an example of a collaboration that began from a preprint. And I mentioned now this type of conversation happening on social media, but the fact that we are going outside of a traditional journal process, this very stable process that we just heard about, means that there's so much more opportunity to experiment with a multidimensional space. Who is requesting the peer review? Who is selecting the reviewers? What kind of public interaction is allowed from the community as a whole? Can the author communicate, and how? We heard this wonderful SciELO journal, this education journal yesterday that is providing author consultation. But when everything is out in the open on a preprint, I think there's even more opportunities to do wonderful things like that. And also questions of how the decision is going to be made. Is it a binary decision? Does the review cover the whole paper or just part of the paper? And what kind of identities are shared and known? And so perhaps for this reason, there is a diversity of different approaches to performing preprint peer review and feedback. And we have this ecosystem where preprints form the basis for many different feedback initiatives that are enabling people to interact with preprints in different ways. For example, on the left side, very informal things, social media. Plot It. Plot It is literally a button that you log into with your ORCID and click to indicate that you think a paper is interesting. All the way over to things that are essentially traditional peer review. eLife, Science Collab, Peer Community In, and these other services. So, and given that we have all of these different initiatives, we now also are lucky to have linking and discovery tools like SciEDI, Crossref, DataCite, and protocols and frameworks like Notify and DocMaps that help to exchange communications. And the preprint review is growing over time. So this is a plot of the preprints reviewed per month on SciEDI, excluding the reviews that were performed by journals and posted after acceptance. And I think you can see, we need to update this plot, but it is certainly a growing trend. But I do want to highlight that if you look at the y-axis, not yet 300 papers per month, yet we have 10,000 preprints per month. So this is a tiny minority of preprints. But I think that the trend shows that there's interest that is mounting. And preprint review interoperates with journals. So Review Commons is a preprint review service that ASAP Bio and EMBO collaboratively launched a couple of years ago. The idea is that you send your preprint to Review Commons, an editor selects reviewers and tells them not to worry about what journal the paper is going to, just to look at the science. And one round of review is performed, then authors can send it to one of 17 affiliate journals who have agreed not to restart the review process. And this enables the journals to make a more rapid decision on whether they want to consider the paper, because now they have more information, and it provides an easier way for authors to focus on the paper rather than on the journal. You may have seen this cartoon about how peer reviewers can act as gatekeepers, that sometimes if you focus so much on the journal and what deserves to be in the journal, it can feel a little bit like a combative environment. But in Review Commons, of the respondents who were able to provide an answer because they had completed the peer review process, I would say about 2/3 of them said that the reviews were more collegial than in a traditional journal. So I think this is a really exciting opportunity to experiment with new ways of emphasizing the scholarship in peer review. Review Commons is not the only initiative that interoperates with journals. Peer Community In also allows the paper to be sent to journals too. And I think we're now getting to the third point that I want to make, which is that preprints support the reinvention of evaluation. That, up until now, we've been focusing on ways to, journal impact factor, the journal title, the journal prestige. And this is no surprise because complex institutions and complex processes need a way to make certain scientific decisions much more simple and easy to understand. So in the book, Seeing Like a State, James Scott uses the word legible to describe how there needs to be a simplification of really complex information into something that an organization can process. So journal title is a way to make the quality of science more legible. But I would argue that it is not necessarily the best way to do that because you are compressing all of this information into a single value. And then much like a JPEG, as you compress down, information is lost. For example, in the traditional peer review process, peer review is done by a single journal, and so people will make assumptions based upon that versus you could imagine that if we were some people think of journals as a rank, so really it's about which one you decide to send to rather than others. And I don't think that's a good way to think about it at all, but the point remains that you can't think about journals as in a ranking for this reason. There's a small number of people involved in the decision. It's applied at just one point in time. The criteria for evaluation are not really transparent and are really in the minds of reviewers as well. And that rigor, relevance, and all of these different dimensions of quality are collapsed into a single value. So that's why I think it's interesting that the biomedical journal eLife is moving into a model that removes the accept-reject decision. In the new model, preprints are reviewed, and first, authors post a preprint and submit to the journal, and then if the editors decide to review the paper, essentially the paper is going to be published on the eLife platform as a reviewed preprint with the editor's summary. And then the author has the opportunity to continue to evaluate or continue to revise the paper until they decide when to put a version of record into the indexing services. And so this means that the author is really making the decision. It's not an accept-reject decision of the journal. So this is an example of preprint peer review, and I think this is important because there are now several different institutions that are recognizing preprint peer review. So, for example, 18 doctoral schools in France have stated that preprints recommended by a service are considered equivalent to journals. Similarly, the EMBO postdoctoral fellowships are recognizing them. And there was a statement last summer from Plan S about independent peer review services. But I think that the key question is what type of feedback on preprints can actually be legible? And so we held a meeting last December to discuss how to make preprint feedback more recognizable by institutions. And just to go over this very quickly, we recognize that there's a whole different variety of feedback, from simple comments to really more complex review. And we believe that we propose that to be called review, there should be discussion of rigor and validity and competing interests and identity known in some way. But how do we do this without over-compressing back into a single metric? I think that there's now some good examples of preprint review services using non-binary ratings and rankings. So the eLife model I just told you about has a controlled vocabulary that describes the significance and the strength of findings and the strength of support for those in the editorial summary. Rapid Reviews, Infectious Disease has a ranking system, and there's other things going on as well. So finally, what I'm trying to come to here is the fact that you have the open dissemination, you have the open review, you have some way of indicating a simplified measure of the rigor and where it is significant. Preprints and review together can achieve a form of diamond open access. So the European Union's Council called for this no-pay model, and I think that this is something that a publish, review, curate system can contribute to, as well as other models as well. So current preprint review models, some of which are operating already under a diamond model, where the authors nor the readers pay. And I think beyond this question of the payment system or the financial model, preprints and open reviews together create a fluid form of open access. Maybe I was speaking with Jan earlier today, and maybe Jan Beltrop, and maybe we want to call this dynamic open access. There's a built-in versioning and updates, fast access to new knowledge, flexible options for peer review. It doesn't have to be the same for every paper, and there's open conversations between authors, reviewers, and readers. So just to summarize, preprints reduce barriers to access, enable dialogue, support reinvention of evaluation, and can be open access too. So I want to thank everyone involved at ASAP Bio and this panel as well. Thank you.
Obrigado, Jéssica.
Thanks, Jessica. Now I'll give the floor to Timothy Finney. He's the editor of BMJ.
I don't want to break it. Okay, so first I want to thank Abel and SciELO for inviting me here to talk. I don't see my slides. I was only given 10 minutes, so apologies if the slides seem cramped. I had a lot I wanted to say, so I just kind of jammed it in there. I will start by saying that open peer review, based on the first question that was asked, is actually alive and well, at least at our journal. So I'm here to talk about our experience with open peer review and what that means for anyone considering using open peer review. I hope to sell you on the idea because it's not really as bad as you may think it might be. So, the brief outline of my talk, I think I'm seeing like double on my slides there. Perfect. So first I want to talk about open peer review and how they may differ, at least conceptually, how have they been considered. I want to discuss some of the evidence we have from internal studies conducted at the BMJ and other studies for peer review and open peer review. And then I want to talk about my anecdotal experience as an editor for the BMJ. I've been there for about 6 years. I'm also a clinical editor for BMJ Medicine, which is a new journal, sister journal to BMJ. And before I go on, I just want to say that I also do research. I'm a researcher, so I'm on both sides of the coin here. I do research on doubly robust estimators and biostatistics. So I get to submit papers to get peer reviewed, and I get to do the editing and peer reviewing myself as well. So first, one of the difficulties of being an editor at a journal is how do you make a decision? Especially at the BMJ, at the height of the pandemic, each editor was getting about 100 to 150 papers a day to evaluate, essentially whether or not we would send it for peer review, whether it was something we were interested in, and as you can imagine, most of that was related to this little virus, the coronavirus. And so traditionally, the way that you make a decision as an editor, you read the paper, at least this is how I do it. I read the paper and I determine whether or not it's in the scope, and if it's in the scope and I think that preliminarily it's good enough for peer review, I make the decision to go ahead and move it on to peer review. And this is just a cartoon to say, you know, people want peer review, but they also want evidence-based decisions. So that's, I think this was funny. I just want to add a little levity to the talk. But old peer review is problematic, and I think a lot of people know why it's problematic. One, it's inconsistent, so it depends on who's getting to review the paper. It's unreliable. Sometimes reviews are really good. I got a review recently from someone, and it basically was 2 words: seems fine. That's not helpful in any way imaginable. It can be unfair, so there's a power imbalance. Because in old peer review, the reviewers are masked, so you can't tell who they are, so they can make any comments they want, and as the author, you kind of have to just take it in stride. It can be expensive, it can be biased, it causes delays. Any peer review causes delays. It is not good at detecting considerable errors. As you can tell, there are papers that end up getting retracted, so it's not necessarily a system that is going to fix everything that's going on, and it's really not good at detecting fraud. And there were papers that we recently had experience with, Surgisphere papers, that there was potential for fraud there, but that was not picked up. And there's weak evidence for supporting this closed traditional peer review system. There's not really any good outcomes that have been measured, and there's not really any evidence that this is the way to go. And this is just a paper cartoon to kind of describe the current peer review methods. You know, it's blinded, so no one can see you. So the senior PI gets the review, passes it to the PhD student, who passes it to the master's student, who passes it to the undergrad, and then they're like, what do I do with this? So open peer review is a slight alteration of the traditional peer review system. But there's not really one good definition of what constitutes an open peer review. So there's 122 definitions. Our definition of open peer review has a few of the aspects that I've listed on this slide. First, there's open identities. So both the authors and the reviewers know who each other are and where you're from, and your stated COIs. Along with the open identities, we also publish all the peer reviews and the names of the reviewers. And so you get this entire correspondence between the reviewers and the authors and the editors. So I don't know how many people do this. I do it. But if you go to a BMJ paper and you click on the peer review section, you can see all the conversations that were going on. So sometimes there's even responses from the authors that are not incorporated in the paper that you can actually access there. And then there are other definitions, such as having preprint servers. Well, the BMJ collaborates with the medRxiv preprint service, and we actually have no restrictions on taking in preprints for publication and consideration. We also have open commenting on final versions of BMJ papers using the rapid response, which I feel like has been very fruitful, and some of the rapid responses that people post that are particularly good are given a DOI, and then you can index that on your CV for promotion and professional enrichment. So then you have to consider what is the reasons why you might want to do open peer review and why you might not want to do open peer review. So I've highlighted some of the ones that I think are the most important in blue. One, blinding enables negative behavior. So if you don't know who's critiquing you, they can kind of go to town on it. I have one experience where a reviewer I invited said, I'm not going to do the open peer review. It will take me too much time to be nice. And I think that kind of conveys a message about how reviewers see their job. They're going to be harsh and mean and straightforward. And I don't think that's collegial, and I don't think that's necessary. Open peer review highlights the importance of transparency in research, and it enhances accountability and fair practices, because you can't just go to town on an author group by being ultra mean you have to consider your comments as, being professional and giving a valuable critique. It can help reveal conflicts of interests that maybe the editors aren't aware of, but other authors are aware of. So they see someone has reviewed their paper, and they know they have a conflict of interest, they can highlight that. It's less wasteful of scholarly information. So all that information that we post in the preprint, the peer review section of the journal, you can see that. You don't lose that information. There is some higher incentive to maximize the quality of reviews because your name is at the end of it, and you're just not anonymous. And, I think not insignificant, it's the right thing to do to make things more transparent. While you might not want to have open peer review, well, as a reviewer, it's difficult to have your name put on something that is supposed to be critical. So maybe you're afraid that you're not going to be doing a good enough job, or maybe you don't think that you can be nice enough and people will think poorly of you. For authors, it might be nice to not have the correspondence open to the public. You might want to keep that private. And then for editors, there is not much, but some very low level of refusal based on people not wanting to take part in open peer review. But actually, that is less than 1% of all the review requests we send out. And so you can see here's our webpage, and this is just a highlight. You can see that under the peer review tab, the full publication history is available. So the pre-reviewed papers there, the first decision letter, the author response to that, all the ICMJE forms, and then if there are any other reviews, they're also there. But also the rapid responses. So if you read a paper and you think very strongly about it, you can write a rapid response. And as long as it's not profane or conspiracy theory laden, we will publish that on the website. And so now I just want to talk about whether or not there's actually evidence for this or not. And just briefly, there have been meta-analyses of RCTs and some observational studies, and they all point to actually slightly higher quality, a slightly lower rejection rate, and very minimal difference in time spent on review. So open peer review, while it's the right thing to do and there's a lot of advantages, doesn't seem to be harming anything. In any event, it seems to be actually helping the quality and helping the process be much better than what it has been. And so now I just want to talk about some of my experience with open peer review. I already talked about some of these. There have not really been very many adverse events that at least I or other editors have experienced. Usually when there's something really bad that happens, we all kind of discuss what's going on. Usually the authors and reviewers are both respectful. I think it actually elevates the dialogue between the authors and reviewers because they know that, it's like instead of talking to somebody anonymously on Twitter, you actually know who you're talking to, and so you tend to be a little bit nicer. And I have not seen, and we have not seen any evidence of retaliation, as highlighted in this picture with Liam Neeson, "Give me a bad peer review and I will find you." I don't know if anyone's seen that movie. I think in general, I don't notice that we suffer from a higher refusal rate. Very few people say that they don't want to take part in the open peer review. Most people are good with it. So this is just a meme that I thought was funny. It's an offer you can't refuse. Basically, it's not having an open peer review system is not a reason not to accept a review invite. But this is a process, and we're continually trying to see if there are ways we can improve our transparency, openness, and be fair to everybody, because I think that is the driving principle for the BMJ. And so openness isn't really the end, it's the beginning. There's more to be done, and I think we need to figure out a way to continue to stick to our ideals and try to pick the most relevant papers for our readership while still being fair to everybody and being open-minded. And it's always important to know that open peer review doesn't mean, we publish your address and your social security number and, pictures of your family. There are still correspondences between the editors and authors that can be confidential. We try to avoid that as much as possible, but not everything should be out in the open. And I think authors and reviewers alike should both have an opportunity to say things to editors or other professionals that is not published. And I think that that's fair as well, because basically that's fair for everyone. There are some cases where we have run into issues for rejected articles where people have an article rejected and then they go to Twitter and they talk about it. And usually we try and crack down on that pretty quickly. If we notice it, we correspond with the authors, and usually it's resolved. I haven't noticed an event where it hasn't been resolved, but I just want to leave it out there that also becomes an issue, and that's something you need to consider if you want to use open peer review. And so I just want to close by saying that open peer review is great. We're not afraid of it anymore at the BMJ. We love it, and we only want to go forward. We don't want to go backward. But there's still a lot we don't know about the optimal method for open peer review. And while attitudes are changing, we need to continually reevaluate which is the best way to go forward to basically make sure we don't flood the literature with useless studies, but at the same time give everyone an opportunity to have their work seen. Because if you're doing good work in earnest, that should be out there for people to search and use and find. But the problem for all of this is that the outcome measures are very hard to pin down. And even for us in the research we've done, what metric do you use to determine whether or not peer review is going well? And we're still working that out. It's very early. I think Jessica's comments are great food for thought. There are definitely things we're thinking about at the BMJ, how to incorporate more preprints and faster services. We have already incorporated things like we don't require re-review of papers that have been reviewed already to try and expedite the process, because we recognize that people don't want their paper in process for 3 months, 6 months, a year. And so we're working on ways to keep it open, transparent, fair, and high quality at the same time. And so with that, I'll finish with the same cartoon Jessica's finished with. It's very popular among at least journal editors. We think it's very funny. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Obrigado, Timothy. Agora eu passo a palavra para o professor Adilto
Thank you,
Brandão,
Timothy.
que é
I now
editor
turn over
da
to
revista
Professor
Memórias
Adilto
do Instituto
Brandão.
Oswaldo
He's
Cruz.
editor of Instituto Memória, Oswaldo Cruz. Good morning, everyone. I am very honored to be here participating in the SciELO event. I would like to thank the organizers, in special my friend Abel Park, for this wonderful opportunity. I have been an advocate, and I have also referred to SciELO as a good example of the use of scarce and finite resources, public resources fundamentally, in this effort to consolidate and facilitate the lives of those who edit scientific journals here in Brazil. The topic was mentioned here. It's very interesting. And I will make some historical remarks and to talk about the challenges involved in peer review. Immediately after Albert Einstein immigrated to the US, he submitted a paper to a physics journal in the United States, and sometime later he received a letter from the editor telling him that the reviewers had requested him to make changes to his paper. Einstein wrote back saying the following: "Dear editor, I have two things to say. Number one, I did not authorize you to send my paper for others to read. Number two, those who read my paper are not really aware of this topic, and they have made comments that are really not relevant and have nothing to do with my topic here. And therefore, I withdraw my submission for publication in your journal. Of course, you know, this is very anecdotal, and I'm not sure things happen this way. But anyway, we like to think it was. He published very important papers in a journal called Analysis in Physics, which was edited by another very important physicist, who was his friend, Marx something was his last name. Anyway, this was the context of European science in the early 20th. In the early 20th. Another interesting comment about peer review. Until 1970, the Nature journal, one of the most important, if not the most important and one of the oldest ones, did not adopt peer review as we know today. And so this also indicates something very important. One of the most important papers in the 20th century, which describes the DNA sequencing, never went through peer review, and then later this paper won the Nobel Prize. I just wanted to share these two stories here to illustrate what happens at the end of the 20th century. The development of digital journals or online journals, in practice a PDF version of the printed format, and the development of bioarchives in 2013. So these two events somehow contribute for the deconstruction of the scientific scenario that was constructed, and I'm talking here about scientific publications. This scenario started over 350 years ago. It has evolved, but we now have a short message to help us disseminate ideas. And then at the end of the day, what this tells us is that journals, once the bioarchive was developed, and all of the other initiatives that took place at the time, have lost a series of processes where they had total control. Number one, the right to information. Journals had a monopoly of who knew or who obtained information firsthand. And then number two, the way this information was disseminated, and finally, what we believe to be the quality control of information. These processes, which are still under the control, at least the last one, peer review, they are being gradually deconstructed in a new scenario, as indicated here by Jessica and Timothy, are unveiling themselves. So what can we expect from that? And there's another issue here. There is a series of things on what can happen with the journal and with the editorial process. If we are to follow very strictly what the British economist John Mayock said, in the long term, we're all going to be dead, and these anticipations will have failed phenomenally. But of course, we won't be alive to witness the failure of all of these predictions. And among one of the predictions we can make, or one of the anticipations, is that according to the current status, very few journals will survive. And if we imagine that preprint servers are only different transition stages between the process we're used to and the scenario that is being unveiled by the platforms, there will be very little room for the journals because they no longer control the initial dissemination of information, and perhaps in the future they will not be able to control peer review. And then the question is, what is left for the journals? And then the most prestigious journals will definitely have some space because of an intangible factor, which is prestige. Scientists essentially are all looking for prestige one way or another, and the journals only align this will of the scientists to have prestige and their interest for dissemination for different reasons, including commercial reasons. And then regarding the development of preprints and the incorporation of preprints in the peer review process, is that definitely the journals that are only after money, that they are the ones that came about with digitalization, they're going to disappear. Of course, considering that the motivation for somebody to want to publish in a predatory journal are exactly the elements that the so-called quality journals offer. And so, once we eliminate these barriers, or once these processes are incorporated in this universe of transition of preprints, servers, and publishing platforms, there will be no more room for this type of action where the objective is not to serve the scientific community, but to appropriate of part of the resources that the society makes available to the scientific world. So this is a point of view, the point of view of an editor, which is the future of journals and the way they are organized today. In the short term is pessimistic. In the midterm, very pessimist. And in the long term, according to John Keynes, we'll all be dead anyway, and we won't be here to see this total change. My time is over. I could talk about this more, but I will allow us to have some time for Q&A and answer some questions you may have. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Adeilton. I think we have some time for Q&A. I imagine that we have somebody there with the microphone to collect questions, but I'm going to use my position to ask two prior questions and also to warm up our debate. Because the first question has to do with Adeilton's comment, I really think that open assessment and preprints tend to eliminate the basis for these more predatory journals. But I think that it also helps us to have those papers that are only after clicks, those very bombastic papers. They go for preprints. The media loves those headlines. And then later we find out that the information in those papers cannot be sustained. So preprint servers, how do they deal with these cases and how do they intend to do so? Another related question has to do with the fact that I come from an area that is very resistant to open assessment. Sociology is very resistant, and we always discuss why. But I think that some of them are not justifiable. But perhaps the most justifiable of all is the fear of major public errors. I will tell you about a personal issue. I organized this research project, and then I realized during the process of the paper itself that there was a major error in the calculation. Fortunately, it was corrected halfway through, but if it had been included in a preprint server, this error would have been found, and then I would never have been invited to chair this table here today. So how do you work with these things in preprint servers, above all because many servers do not allow you to withdraw the paper. But even if you do, the paper is public, is in the public domain already. And so how do you deal with this? And this question is much more so that we can convince our peers that open assessment is a way out, or open review. We have two questions. Luis, are you going to give them some time to answer your question? No, I think we can gather everything and they choose what they want to answer. Good morning, everyone. I am Lilian Caloi. I am the coordinator of the SciELO Public Health Library. It's well known that preprints are already acknowledged as scientific production by many international fomenting agencies such as Wellcome, NIH, and National Science Foundation. So what kind of progress do you see here in Brazil so that fomenting or funding agencies and those programs that evaluate graduate programs to acknowledge preprints as scientific production so that we can move faster towards the acceptance of preprints by the scientific community? Thank you very much. Good morning, Patrick, editor of the Geriatric Journal. We have suggested authors to deposit their manuscripts in preprint repositories before or after the submission process. We try to make it very clear to the authors that once the paper is submitted to the journal, even if there are invitations by predatory or non-predatory journals for publication in journals that have a higher impact than ours does, it is a practice for you to remove the submission once you have the first peer review process. If you submit the same paper to two journals while one of them is being analyzed, this should be considered as a poor practice. Some authors disagree. Another interesting topic is that here in Brazil we have a preprint repository. It's an attempt for us to accelerate the publication of information of papers that have already undergone peer review, and the author understands that because of the publication process is slow and sometimes it takes 3 or 4 months even after it has been accepted, Emory is a preprint repository of papers that have already gone through the peer review process, and this is something we use quite frequently. I don't know whether Professor Pedro is here today, but he was here yesterday. Okay, so he's right here. That's why I hadn't seen him. So this is a preprint repository. And then he can later complement what I said, but these are my comments. I think we have another one here. Good morning. Welcome. I just wanted to make a short comment. Good morning, Paulo Nas. I work at the Trabalho, Educação e Saúde Journal, Fundação Oswaldo Cruz, at the Polytechnical School. In face of the scenario that is unveiling on the deconstructions on fundaments that are over 300 years old, I have a very short question. What would the position of editors be? Would editors remain in a scenario with so many changes? One final comment back there. Hello, good morning. I am Piotr. He mentioned me regarding the Emory repository, and I wanted to comment that the Emory deposit is done after there has been a compliance review, before the peer review. And that's where we can accelerate the publication process of a specific manuscript. Okay. Luciano from Kubo Publishers.
Comes to open commenting on published versions of record, okay? So who is allowed to post comments, okay, on these versions, and how to avoid misinformation or pure evil commenting and guest commenting, okay? I think that's something that bothers a lot of us. Thank you.
Bom,
Bom dia.
Good morning. I am Thelma Okai. I am editor of the Tropical Medicine Institute in São Paulo, Medical School of the University of São Paulo. I wanted to know, because perhaps you're not used to it, but Brazil is a country where we are more informal. Our culture is more informal. As a researcher, I am a pediatrician, and I always work as a peer review for pediatric journals. I had a personal issue. I know that it was a point source problem. We were reviewing a paper by some Indian authors, and all of a sudden, I started receiving 4 to 5 emails a day. And they said, okay, you asked to change this table. Is it better like this, like that, and like that? And that person was giving me more work than my graduate students. And then I started receiving WhatsApp messages. When can I meet you? And then I was going, how on earth can this happen? And then all of a sudden I found out that the corresponding author of the paper had obtained a training at one of the laboratories in my institution. He came to my room several times, and I started even considering to have a restraint order so that he would not come anywhere near me. I know that this was a very specific problem, but after that, to prevent from future problems, I continued accepting to perform peer review, but I always asked my reviews to be open for anybody to read and criticize. But I do not want my name to be informed, because today they can obtain our telephone numbers and not only the email, and they persecute us, they come after us. I thought it was an exception, but I talked to other colleagues, one from the infectology department, and I have a colleague who went to an international event, and the author of the paper she was reviewing came after her. He was Chinese. He came to her during breakfast, lunch, dinner, and he also knocked at her room door in the evening. So these are things that perhaps you don't know because you do not perform peer review. It happens in a country like Brazil, where different times a day we receive WhatsApp messages from people we never seen in our lives, and they will say, oh, hello, Thelma, how are you doing? And I don't even know who I'm talking to. This is something that happens on a daily basis. And so I think that in our country, peer review must have regulations, a norm of conduct, because people are informal and sometimes they're very unknowing and they don't worry a bit about interfering with your routine. I had a very bad impression about this. I am in favor of preprints and informed review, but we must have a conduct in place, a regulation. Perhaps it has to go through the journal to know what's going on. We have to understand what's going on between the relationship between authors and reviewers. Okay, I'm going to end the possibility for questions. we need to have enough time to answer the questions and then the survey.
Fascinating points of view. I'm not sure my memory is good enough to support responding to all of them. But I want to highlight a few points that I think really stuck out to me. First, the need for some form of conduct is so important. I'm not sure that journals are necessarily effective in preventing all of the issues that you already mentioned, as these come from journals too. But I do think that the ability to perform review anonymously is so important, which touches also on the comment we heard about who can participate. And this is why I think it's very important that commenting platforms enable features like upvoting comments and threaded comments so that people can actually take advantage of the knowledge of the community to help respond to, filter, and identify good comments, as well as call out harassment and improper behavior. So I think that editors, we heard a question of the role of editors in the future. I think editors are incredibly important in moderating. Not all of the preprint review and open commenting platforms use editors, but I think that they play a very important role. And in the future, I would love for journals to transition to a more open model, to evolve, but not to go away. And we also heard about this question of misinformation. And I love that the SciELO preprint server, as well as other preprint servers, has a banner at the top that explains what a preprint is. And this, I think, is a very important feature. You mentioned also the potential for preprints to change during peer review. Some servers offer a feature that talks about changes, how to note changes, so change log. And in the change log, the author can say what has changed from version to version. And this, I think, is very important as we have multiple versions of papers. It enables the fact that papers can be versioned. We also need a way of explaining to readers what has changed in a simple way. Thank you for all these wonderful questions and ideas.
Timothy?
Hello? Okay, great. So I have a biased point of view for some of these responses because I'm an editor. So obviously I think we're amazing.
We are.
I will say that, one, regarding the possible comments being evil or bad, I will say at least for the BMJ rapid responses, we have people screening those comments. And even though I see sometimes comments on papers I've handled that I disagree with, usually they're done in a professional way. So I think the process of screening those comments has done a good job to keep the quote-unquote quacks out of the chat room. There's not any huge conspiracy theorists, drumming up support in these rapid responses. I will say to your comment about poor behavior among authors, we take this very, very seriously. We ask in all of our invites that any correspondence go through the editors. And if we had, hello? I've never heard of a situation that you're referring to, but if we did know about that, I believe we would intervene at every level we could, which might involve us getting in touch with the author's institution, because that's not professional behavior, it's not helpful. Just one comment about keeping your name open. With the advent of large language models and quote-unquote AI, it's easier and easier to unmask reviewers. And there was a recent paper in, I think, the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology that you can actually unmask reviewers based on their writing history because people write in a very specific way. It's easy to identify people in your field that might be reviewing. So it's going to be harder and harder to hide yourself. And so it's easier if you can make use of editors to help protect you a little bit from unprofessional behavior. And I think there's always going to be a role for editors in some capacity because this is a group of people that have a lot of experience in a wide range of papers and evaluating things. I would say, we only get about 10% of submissions that we ultimately publish in the BMJ. This is spitballing. I don't have an actual figure for this, but that would be okay, generally, if we just published it as is. Usually we have lots of comments. It's read by every editor, and every editor offers comments. We have a statistical review for every paper that goes into it, into publication. So these steps help assure sure that if you're reading this stuff, that it's at least been vetted by somebody. Peer review, preprints have the advantage that they're fast and they're open, and I think that is wonderful. But the onus is then on the reader to be able to critique that paper. And in some cases, it's harder for, say, a busy physician to say, oh, I'm going to go through the preprints and figure out which ones I want to read, as opposed to saying, okay, I've had at least some editors who have a knowledge of my field, have already vetted some of this information, and I can generally trust what's going on. So I think that in the world that we're going to see coming, hopefully predatory journals will go away. We'll still see editors have a role, I think, in some aspects, but I think to deny that preprints are definitely going to be a way of the future would be folly. So I'm sorry that you had that experience. That sounds horrendous.
Eu vou responder a pergunta.
I'm going to ask the question asked by Lillian about the problems in the national graduate evaluation programs and preprints. In my opinion, this is a problem of national policies, and we have to rethink the incentives that are offered directly or indirectly to those who are in these graduate programs. I am personally involved in this discussion at Fiocruz. I'm also participating in different work groups to discuss open access and how that impacts the institution's budget after the payment of publication fees. This has been a very serious problem for Fiocruz, but I think that for the rest of the country it may be even worse. We have to change the incentives that are offered today for those who want to have their papers published. The first of such incentives is that institutions here in Brazil, and the most important one, or actually the two that are most important, CAPES and the other that funds CNPq, they are still very connected to the 20th century metrics, impact factor, citations, all of the things we've been saying. Don't do this. Do not classify graduate programs by calculating how many papers and what the impact factor was. But this is very difficult to do. And before this table, we were discussing it. If we ask a CAPES official why they establish a list such as Qualis or any other for that matter, they will tell us that the graduate programs, their coordinations, they are the ones that organize that. But if we ask the coordinators, they will say that it is CAPES. It's a problem there, and in practice it means that nobody wants to give the first step. It means being pioneer. Being pioneer is always related to an onus. We have some discussion groups at Fiocruz. We want to encourage preprints repositories as a first option for the dissemination of manuscripts, and then rethink a set of incentives. This is true for CNPq regarding the productivity grant. It's an important benefit, but in conceptual terms, it's still living in the 70s and 80s, whereas today we have other parameters. So this has to do with the choice of adequate incentives and realign them to a national strategy for science and technology. We're going to have a national conference on science and technology, and I hope that this is one of the important topics in that discussion. Otherwise, it's not going to advance. Regarding Paulo's question, editors will not disappear. In general, editors and the combination of editors, journal, and whatever supports a vehicle or a dissemination of information vehicle with the consolidation of artificial intelligence, this will be affected. But journals play an important role, even though it's not going to be easily replaced by what we're discussing here. But it organizes knowledge. Journals more or less facilitate this process, even though artificial intelligence apps can deconstruct that in such a way that in the near future it will no longer be required to have an editor controlling what comes in, what goes out, or where you put all of these things into a box, into a single box. So it's very difficult to say if editors will be required in the future, but I can say that they are really threatened. My job is threatened. Well, after all of this, I ask myself, how many years will take us to reach a preprint model for open assessment or open review? But I imagine that Mauricio will have an answer. Okay, so let's see if there have been any changes on what we discussed earlier and whether you have a different opinion. So the question is the same. The link is the same. And if you already have it, all you have to do is to update it. If you haven't answered, you still have some time. This is the QR code. We have 5, 10, 15 years, never, I don't know. And now we're going to compare the two questions, actually the two answers asked at different point in time. And here we have a comparison. So 5, 10, 15, very well balanced. And I'd like to remind you that the difference in the graph has to do with the number of answers we had. So some people came in late and they only answered the second time. But there is a reasonable balance between 5, 10, and 15. Also, we have some who said never or they don't know yet. So with this, I'd like to thank Professor Luis and all of the speakers for their brilliant presentations. And I kindly ask you to remain on the podium for the official photo. We're now going to break for 15 minutes, more or less, and we will come back at 10:15. I see you later. Thank you very much.
Please take your seats. We are going to resume our work. Good morning, everyone. Welcome once again. We'd like to thank you all for coming. And now we have a panel on standards, methods, techniques, and practices, interoperability and accessibility. We have the pleasure to invite Professor Kaveh Basagan. He's Director of River Valley Technologies. Dr. Eric Schultz, Coordinator of the International Science Coordinator of the Go Fair. Professor Dr. Leonardo Santos Amâncio Cabral, He's a member of the working group Accessibility at SciELO, and he's adjunctive professor at the Federal University of São Paulo. And the coordinator is Mrs. Shelley Stoll. She's the co-chair of EU-US of the Research Data Alliance, vice president of the American Geophysical Unions and Open Science Leadership Program. Before giving the floor to Shelley, we have a question. Is the medium the message in research communication? You have another QR code. Is the medium the message in research communication? For those who'd like to access using the website www.menti.com 13351636. That's the code. So, is the medium the message in research communication? Yes, no, I don't know. We are quite balanced so far. We are going to ask the question by the end of the panel. Let's see if you change your vote after the panel. Well, it's somewhat balanced. Yes, no, don't know. You have the floor, Shelley.
With the fact that this panel is about accessibility. And I would like to describe those of you who would find it valuable that the gentlemen to my right are of equal height. We checked earlier. They're all in jackets. Some of them require, two of them require glasses. Eric, I don't know how you got away with not having glasses on. Oh, three. And honestly, I also require glasses. I am your only female on the panel, and I am the one in the bright pink jacket. So hopefully that's helpful to some of you who will find it valuable. And our talks today are so exciting. I think by the end of our talks, the answer to the Menti is going to be different. And I hope we can talk and convince you of that. So Kaveh, would you like to get started and kick us off, please?
Should be coming, hopefully. Right, let's get this right. Okay, we've got the slides. Bom dia. I'm sorry, I don't speak Portuguese. Yo hablo un poquito español. Quería que hablar en español, que hay mucha gente aquí.
I would like to speak Spanish, but since we have many people here, it would be a bit dangerous. I don't have much time, so I will speak
So I will speak
in English.
in order to be safer. So I'm going to talk about why XML is the most important format, and thank you for the invitation to speak here. So I'm from River Valley Technologies. We've been in publishing for over 30 years. Just a little background. We are based in the UK, but we have offices in southern India, in Kerala, right in the south, beautiful place. And actually, I noticed it has a lot of connection with Brazil through Portugal, because there's the Portuguese went down there, and for example, we have tapioca, which is very popular there and here. So I see a lot of connection. So it's a good start. We have around, we have a lot of staff, and they've been with us for something like 17 years on average. We're more like a family, and I couldn't resist putting this video on the right-hand corner. This is the last year's Onam celebrations, or the Harvest Festival. They hadn't been out for 3 years because of COVID, so they really went to town and made a video. So I put in QR codes. If you want to see the video in full, just take a picture of the QR, and anyway, that's in the corner for you. So we create content, XML, PDF, etc. We also have platforms for the whole publishing process from beginning to end. So submission and peer review platform, for which we won an innovation prize. I'm proud to say proof checking for authors, everything, including the final hosting. We've worked with a lot of publishers, big publishers, small publishers, over the years. So we've heard a lot about open science, and everything I say has been said already. So I'm going to talk about how we can, as I call it, open science. We all know about the UNESCO recommendation on open science. There's several. There's the White House OSTP memo for US, and there are several around the world. There's a lot of overlap between these, and it's not clear exactly what they're saying, but we know that it's good to have open science. Some points are unclear about these, but we'll look at some catchwords that come up about open science. There's immediate open access. So open access to content, and it's not just journals, it's articles, chapter, conference papers, etc. These need to be open. It's not clear about open peer review. Some of them specify open peer review, some don't, but we have it anyway, let's have it. We've all sort of heard about that. Then we need to archive in open repositories, PMC, Crossref, DOAJ. Data and metadata is important. So we need to have open data. We've heard a lot about, from other people here. We're here from Eric as well. Fair principles, I won't go into that. There are people who know much more than I do, but things have to be fair. Well, they have to be fair. Extensive metadata. Let's have as much metadata as possible, so that people can find things, we can connect things together. Open source software is important, so that if you have data, we heard about Excel. I don't know if you know, I just popped this in here. There's a problem in genomics. I'm not a biologist, but genes and Excel, where if you put, there's a gene called March 1, and Excel automatically thinks that's a date, it's 1 March. And something like 20% of data published in genomics, they've got dates in them, and it's all published, peer-reviewed. So don't use Excel. That QR code, that shows you the link to the paper about that. Text and data mining allow people to do that, and Baran talked about how data mining is why do we mine data. That's another point. Equity, low barriers to publishing, and to access content. I'll just go through. These are the sort of points that have come up, and I'll show you how we can do that. We should engage early career researchers and non-scientists, marginalized communities and the underserved, people with disabilities. Remove language barriers. We've heard, for good reason, a lot about that. Engagement, interactivity, third-party integrations. So have interactive 3D, that's good to have. So this is how do we have engagement interactivity with the public. So third-party integration, interactive 3D, allow data manipulation. Would it be nice if you can change the data in a publication and see what the result is? Citizen science, so engage people from different communities to crowdsource data, send data in. So how do we comply with all these things? The spoiler here is that I'll give you, what I'm going to say, publish the full XML, good XML. I believe that's the key to all of these. Use modern software to host content. If you have modern software, you can do new things, not very old software. I'll come to that. And integrate with third parties. There's a lot of solutions in third parties software. You don't have to reinvent, and I'll show you some examples of that. Now, this is the Michelangelo's David statue. Now, supposing you are studying Michelangelo's David. You go there, you go to Florence, and you go with your camera and take some photographs from different angles. If you think about it, you're looking, so you can't touch the statue of David, but you can have different views of it. You go home, you do your analysis. If you lose those photos, it's not a problem. You can go back and take some more photos. XML, which people don't like to look at for good reason, because who wants to read this? But XML, in a sense, is your statue of David. That it has everything in there, right? These are names. It's structured. It doesn't have a form, but everything is in here. These are the credit rolls, etc. So if you think about it, if you're looking at, you want to read an article, you might want to read an article in PDF form. You might want to look at it so this is HTML. This is HTML with dyslexic typeface. This is PDF. Each of these is a view of your content. Now, wouldn't it be nice if you throw away your PDF, you can press the button and get it again. So that is the way we should look at it. So your XML should be right at the core of your publication. So if you think about it, if you use what's called an XML first workflow, you press the button, everything comes out. HTML becomes a view of your content. PDF is a view of your content. Actually, XML is your content. XML is the content. It's not a view of the content. Let's think about it that way, yeah? There's only one statue of David, but you can copy XML. That's an advantage we have, right? So we already have an advantage. So always publish the XML. So the power of XML first is that you can have one XML and many PDFs. I'm speeding up because I've got so many things here. But with one XML, you can press the button, and you can get different PDFs. This is one PDF. Press the button, you get another PDF. Press the button, you can get a PDF with every other word colored. You can't do this with InDesign, folks. You can have words rotated if you want, for some reason. You can actually have better PDFs than InDesign, okay? So this is a PDF that we designed. I'm going to run a minute over time, I'm afraid. I'll speed through these because this is the kind of PDF that you can have. This is not moving forward. Okay, this is the PDF that was designed for Gigabyte, which is a journal. By the way, you might want to take a link to this Gigabyte. This is where we have XML first. All the things that I've talked about are in there. So we have open peer review. This is all because we have XML at the core. We have SciELO. Gigabyte is the second journal after eLife that's actually on SciELO. This is a way of evaluating preprints. Text and data mining, make it easy, right? So we've got a button, you click on any of these, and you can download the XML or the PDF for text and data mining. For inclusivity, you can have multiple languages. So here we have your XML can be in 2 different languages. We press the button, and this becomes Portuguese. This is actually a really interesting paper about a Brazilian tribe. And actually, if you put it into PubMed Central will take those 2 languages. So this is actually in Portuguese and English in PubMed Central. So different languages, we've allowed anyone to interpret, and these are languages I've never heard of, but people have, with crowdsourcing, you can have them in different languages. And even the interface, you can make a different language. Again, by crowdsourcing, someone can go in and translate each part of that into a different language. With one button, this becomes dyslexic view. Very easy. Just another typeface, but dyslexic people find it easier to read that. And as far as interactivity goes, you can have... Can I have 2 minutes over, please? I will go as fast as I can here. This was not... Right. if you want interactivity, you don't have to reinvent it. We needed some interactive 3D presentations. We found Sketchfab. Sketchfab is a third party. We don't have to do the work. However, we managed to put a table in here. It's all in XML, but the table in here is actually got interactive 3D. So you can go in, rotate this, and look at different views. And if you have 3D VR glasses, you can actually turn around, you can see this in real 3D. So all of this is available. We didn't write, we didn't do this, we just embedded it. With a good platform, you can embed these, okay? I'll jump onto, and then this goes on to, you can make, in fact, this is another 3D. And once you've got that model, you can have 3D printing as well. So actually, Gigabyte have 3D printing, and someone came and made this fang. Someone made a Buddha statue with a fang or something. This is open everything. And once you've made this 3D object, this is great for accessibility, because blind people can actually feel the objects. And there's a museum who has these for blind people. I'll jump into executable research article. You can actually go in here and change the data. Anyone can change and get a new result. This is, again, embedded. NMR data, we found something called NMRium. Again, you can go in here and interact with it and within the HTML page, yeah? So I'm just going to, there's also, to save time, I'm going to jump over this. Please take a picture of the QR code. But this is an indigenous tribe in Brazil, in the Amazon. They have 170 people left only, and they had a problem with mosquito bites. Using citizen science, a group got data from them, and that was published in here, and they found the reason why they're getting some specific mosquito bites. In fact, I think someone had given them torches, so they were going out at night, and so at night they're getting more of these bites. And using this app, they could report back. And this is the result you can see. So finally, how do we open science? Full structured XML, you have to publish. XML first technology, integrate with third parties, don't reinvent, consider non-specialists, and minimize dependency even on InDesign. I'm sorry I've gone over time, that was my mistake. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kava. Eric, would you like to go right ahead? I will not make any remarks and let you get started.
Given that we're all the same height, we can use the same microphone settings, I think, each time. Thank you, Shelly, for the prompt, and it's very nice to be on the panel with all of you. Thank you very much to the organizers, to Abel and to SciELO for the opportunity to speak here. I just wanted to say thank you to the organizational crew, because I think the program has been smooth and flawless and like right on. And even the Menti question for today on this panel is perfect. Very nice. So great to be here. I was given an opportunity to speak about a new journal that we've created in the Go Fair Foundation. We're doing this in cooperation with iOS Press, which I'm sure all of you are aware of the great reputation of iOS Press. This journal is called Fair Connect, and we want to create a venue for the professionalization of data stewardship. And I won't talk too much about the content issues there today. I'm going to talk more about the medium, right, rather than the message. But in the next slide, oh, I'm sorry, I have it right here, don't I? I was watching Kava earlier. Okay, so I actually modified my slides slightly, inspired by the 25-year retrospective of SciELO. So I'm a little bit inspired by the history of the past now and where this might go in the future. This is a slide I typically show when I give presentations, and I wasn't planning to show it today. That's Shelley in the front row, standing next to George Strawn. This was a photo I took in 2019 when George Strawn, who was the previous director of the NSFNet way back in the 1990s, George was saying, "Happy birthday, Internet. You are now 50 years old." And what he meant by that in the year 2019 was that in the year 1969, Bob Kahn and Vint Cerf had invented a protocol called TCP/IP, which is now, continues to be the basis of the Internet that we enjoy today. George entered this picture about 20 years after that and ran the NSFNet, which was a project in the US to bring together different computer networks and make them interoperable. By 1995, George had noticed that the Internet at that time, the NSFNet, was dominated by the private sector. And he had the responsibility then to give it off to the private sector. So this is what George is saying more graphically, that over a 54-year period, not 55-year period, we had TCP/IP at the beginning. There was this period of ARPANET, NSFNet, and then the Internet that we know today. SciELO maps onto this, happening almost immediately after the Internet itself appeared. So it's, I think, a testament to the great vision of those who were behind SciELO. But also the Budapest Open Access Initiative launched only a few years later. So I think there's already a perception that this new technology, the Internet, was doing something very important for the scientific communication process. And I'm throwing the origin and history of XML in here because it's so important to the work. It was recognized, I think, this technology is lowering cost and creating opportunities for open models. At the same time, the same year, 1995, when the Internet was given over, the inventor of TCP/IP, Bob Kahn, wrote another seminal paper called Digital Object Architecture. And this was about making digital objects on the network more machine actionable. I put the history of RDF on here because it's sort of like the semantically aware equivalent of XML. And we see how important that was from the previous talk by Kava. I'm going to highlight a couple other things. Baron Mons and Jan Velterop proposed this idea of nanopublication in around 2009, a self-contained, machine-readable publication of a single assertion, and I'll explain that more. In 2016, Michel de Montier and Tobias Kuhn created what is now called the nanopublication server network. So long as you express your data as a nanopublication, there's now a decentralized an open network of services that can do things with nanopubs. And I'll explain that as well. And then lastly, in that same year, Go Fair, in 2016, the FAIR principles were published. And yeah, a few years later, Go Fair, the organization I'm working for now, was formed. The idea here was that we wanted to automate as much as possible the F and the A and the I and the R. So what we want are open articles for people. We want fair data for machines. And we think this is a good idea. These two elements are going to propel, I think, these other objectives. So real quick, I'll try to explain a little bit about nanopublications, FDOs, and how we get to FAIR Connect. The FAIR Digital Object Forum held its first international conference almost a year ago now in Leiden. Keynote speakers included Bob Kahn and also George Strawn. So this idea of digital objects and FAIR is really merging now. It's an international effort. A note on this idea of nanopublication. So Barend and Jan had this idea of publishing single unitary atomic assertions, the smallest meaningful piece of information you want to publish. You also want to have some provenance behind that. So we could say, for example, malaria is transmitted by mosquitoes. It's a single assertion. Somebody said that at a particular point in time, and they might have said it in a print journal. That's okay. Other people can come in and reprint that assertion in a machine actionable way. We call that the publication info. And if you hash all that content, you can create a globally unique, persistent, resolvable identifier linked to the content of that nanopub. So there's a kind of a blockchain effect there. But the idea is you can publish individual assertions as standalone publications. Then comes along the nanopublication server network, and there you can find services, free services, open services, that will help you to compose and publish your nanopublication, retract them if you need to. There's authentication services there. There's date and time stamp services. You can find and access published nanopublications. Nanopublications can interoperate because they're machine actionable, and you can get licensing there too. So people have been using nanopublications to publish individual data points. There's hundreds of millions of nanopublications out there now. They cover a spectrum of knowledge domains, including humanities and the softer sciences. So it's really quite diverse in its coverage. But you can use nanopublications to do more than just publish data. And what we think we see now is that a properly constructed nanopublication actually conforms to this emerging specification for a fair digital object. So if that globally unique, persistent, resolvable identifier links to the object itself, gives you some idea of what kind of object it is, and a little bit of specific metadata about it, it fulfills the requirements of an FDO. We've modeled this at a technical level, and it can be embedded both in the nanopublication schema and that server network. So in a funny way, we think we might conclude that we've been doing FDOs, fair digital objects, for 6 or 8 years already. It's not something of the future, it's something we've already known how to do. Okay, so given all that, we can come back to Fair Connect. This is a new journal, as I say, in cooperation with iOS Press, the Go Fair Foundation, and also CodeData. There's a Fair Connect Foundation that's been created to support this. And this is really an appropriate journal, given the title of the panel that we're in right now. So Fair Connect is here to help catalog and make refindable standards, methods, techniques, and practices for fair data stewardship. And we do that by publishing nanopublications. So it's an ISSN registered journal. It's a real journal. We aspire to a very high level of open access. We're going for diamond level. And we have recently, this year, taken the decision, we wanted this journal to be 100% nanopublication based. This is about as fair as we can imagine a journal to be. And so here's the standards, techniques, practices. These are the things you can publish as a good data steward at Fair Connect. And you can do that by publishing nanopublications that describe these things, making them fair digital objects. But we can do more than just publish things. We can also use nanopublications to mediate the review and editorial process. So we have nanopublications for each step in the review process where we can track with time and date stamps exactly who's been doing what and what decisions were made. We can also use nanopublications to qualify fair supporting resources. And so we can imagine different organizations that might step in and publish nanopublications recommending certain resources. But nanopublications are not just for machines. And I think as Kava showed us previously, whether it's XML or RDF nanopublications, it gives us a capability of re-representing that data in any kind of format. So here's an example of a nanopublication in Fair Connect. This is a nanopublication for a fair enabling resource. And we have a colleague of ours, Rado Vogel at iOS Press, who submitted that nanopublication through an open AI large language model. And that large language model recreated beautiful text for an English-speaking person representing the RDF of that nanopublication. So just to read the first line, right? This nanopublication contains a declaration that the entity, CDataNet, is currently using the technology of HTTP with no additional considerations for a period of January to December. All the red text here are ontologically controlled terms, and the rest has been filled in by the large language model. But if we can do this for English, of course we can also do this for Portuguese or any other of the 3,000 human languages out there, so long as we have large language models built up around them. But it's really emphasizing that if we can get FAIR at the source, we then have this capability of projecting that information any way we want. The last slide here, I just wanted to mention, you can actually publish more than just FAIR supporting resources at FAIR Connect. You can also publish claims or kind of research articles, but in the form of nanopublications. So pointing again to Tobias's amazing work here, he spent quite some time refining what he calls a super pattern by looking at large numbers of articles that have scientific claims. And there's a whole special issue devoted to a whole special issue of data science where people were asked to take previously published papers, express the essential claims in those papers as a nanopublication, and then discuss that process. So Tobias has done a great job kind of taking us down the road of making machine-readable articles as well. Just to conclude, I think the emergence of the internet has helped us to think about open and has helped us to think about fair, so more equitable approaches, machine actionable approaches. We think now that a properly constructed nanopub is in fact a fair digital object, and that means that we can begin to build up a decentralized network of information services to run these things. And that nanopublication FDOs can be used to not only capture scientific data and communication, but can even help mediate the creation process. And with that, I'd say thank you and farewell.
Thank you so much, Eric. Leonardo, would you like to go next, please?
Good morning, everyone. I also wanted to greet those who are following us online. I'm very happy to be able to be here along with Professor Abel, Solange. We've been working together since 2018 on the issue of accessibility at SciELO. I was here 5 years ago to celebrate SciELO's 20th anniversary, and we started working closely since then. We have developed many activities with SciELO, and that makes me very happy. I also made friends. It's really nice to be able to work with people whose ideas make sense to us. I also thank the organizing committee and the special education program. They all enabled me to be here today. I've learned a lot in the last 3 days, and of course I didn't participate in the first couple of days, but the objective of this meeting is for us to talk a little bit about accessibility, and more specifically aiming at the visually impaired. But also, we have had initiatives that can be extended to autism, dyslexia, attention deficit disorder. And so we're not focusing alone on the visually impaired. But of course, the instruments we're going to use here, I mentioned here, like screen readers, are aimed at those with some kind of visual disability. I now wanted to share an image with you. Thank you very much. I wanted to talk to you about attitudinal accessibility in the production and dissemination of scientific knowledge. In this event, we've mentioned that we have a lot of disabled individuals participating in graduate programs. And this is true for all areas of knowledge, and not only in the areas of humanities as it was in the past. So we want to focus more on attitudinal accessibility, which has to do with the practices of how we can submit a scientific paper with more accessibility elements. I also share an image, and for those of you who are remote, if you have any kind of visual disorder, if I share this image with you here, it doesn't mean anything to you because they won't be able to understand that there are elements here that have to be described. How would you describe this image to anyone? And I will not do it yet. But would you highlight anything special? In this image, I will talk to you about this. We have an opportunity on the left side, an image, wall in blue. On the right side, a wall with a greenish color, and you can see that even the color is subjective. And they merge as if they were two corners of the same wall. And then in the middle of these two walls, we have a light that goes through a cylinder image. And because of the display of this image, the light that goes through the horizontal part of the image in the middle reflects a square image on the other wall. If light reflects from the circular part on the yellow wall, there will be a circular image. But then it depends on how the author, it depends on what the author prioritizes and who knows more about the graphic and so on and so forth. For those who are reading your scientific paper, who has more authority to describe this? It's the author, because I could understand things in a different way. The focus could be totally different from what the audience understands. So it's an additional support for us to be able to do this. And it's very simple to enable a blind person to have access to our papers. All you have to do is to click on the button on the opposite side. A box will come up and it will say Exhibit Audit Text. When you click there, you will see a box, and then you will be able to include any text you may wish. Imagining that you're talking to that person and there are different ways to describe the image, but we don't really need to do anything really sophisticated nor very simple. When I was organizing my presentation to you, I obtained an image from the internet. This image, to my surprise, I was going to use Word, and when I clicked on the button on the other side, there already was a text available. Living well. It's all a matter of your point of view. Is this describing the image, or is it the title of the image? So how can we develop and use the technological tools that are available so that the process to access information is more humanized? Another example. Living is all a matter of your point of view. But here in this box, you can include any text you want. I'm not going to describe my paper. I will pay somebody to do it. But then, who has more authority to give an emphasis to figures in your paper? It is the author who is considered everything along with the other co-authors, and also based on your area of expertise, because not always will the person doing this be able to capture what you're trying to express here. So I have an image on the left side. Somebody is pointing to the image in the middle. They are rectangular, and then on the other side there's somebody else pointing to the center. And then the person who is on one side says that she sees 4 images, but the person who is on the other side says no, there are 3, because that person is on the other end, and according to that person's perspective, it's 3. And then we lose an opportunity to have the 2 possibilities in the same paper. No, these are 4, but we could have 3, for example. But it all depends on the topic. Also, I published an ebook. And along with the designer, we were discussing how we could include the description of the images in the PDF. But they did not have other tools available. So here we have a title, the title of a graph. In this graph, we have 3 layers of graphs, and according to this composition, we have 10 vertical bars, and they are bluish. On the right side of the image, there is a comment balloon. So this is my strategy. When I click on the comment balloon, this is how I described it. It's very subjective. We have to consider that we may be polluting a lot. So I described it as the rate of total communication of special education and the frequencies of communications for 3 groups: inclusion, integration, and then we have the XY and the descriptions, the YX and the description. Y represents the absolute number. Absolute data represented in the graph may be seen in table 3. This is the end of my description. Why cannot I do it in a single description? Well, actually you can, but it would be very polluted. So we can offer complementary information. If you have a table that better describes the information in the graph, I can also use the table to support me. The table, as long as it's not done in image format, they can be visualized. And with that, we have accessibility. So you do not have to write a treaty in a description. All you need to do is to be able to show your concern with the highest number of readers you can have to your paper. Because at the end of the day, impact is very important, and we have to consider it all. 25% of the Brazilian population, at least in the world's population, is 18%. So here in Brazil, 23 to 25% our citizens have visual disability or some kind of visual disorder. The communication I have with Abel, and I asked my student for her authorization. She started working in the special education program, and she sent me an email with the following concern. I have noted that a large number of papers have graphs and tables in imaging format. In other words, they are not accessible, and I was considering that in the university we end up transposing different materials to accessible formats. So as a collective group, we should start producing accessible materials from the very beginning. And so in this regard, we are perhaps so concerned about transforming it into something accessible, and we're less concerned in producing something which is already accessible. So the more elements we include from the very beginning, the better, and it will involve editors, and then authors, associate editors, editors-in-chief, reviewers, also designers, readers, and any one of them can have some kind of disability. Unfortunately, we live in a society where we do not think that we have scientists that have some kind of disability, or writers, or editors, or reviewers, and they may be reviewing our paper, and we will be developing a barrier to this type of review. I'm going to move on forward so that I can wrap up with the concept. And then finally, this is my last slide. What is access? What is accessibility, and what can be accessed? So it's no use for me to be able to access SciELO's environment and then finding barriers in the SciELO environment. We're correcting a lot of these errors. Is it accessible? Okay, we are correcting errors, and so on and so forth. But also, we are here talking about multilingualism. That means we must use appropriate language, including scientific language. I apologize for having taken too long to make my presentation, and will be available to answer any eventual questions you may have.
We can all see that there's an incredible connection between each of our speakers on scholarly communication and making it easier to transform machine accessibility, machine actionability. We have the XML format that can go into any experience for a reader, different types of PDFs, et cetera. Eric was talking about the nano publications where we're starting as machine actionable from the very beginning. And Leonardo walks right into, let's make it easier to understand everything. And that benefits folks with visual disabilities and frankly myself. The more you can understand a visualization of some kind. I'm actually going to show you in my slides today a visualization that could use some of Leonardo's help. So you have a bonus talk. How do you get a bonus talk? That's when I'm shorter than the guys. That's when your designers for the program wanted to make sure that something on artificial intelligence was included, and you just happened to have a chair that did a little bit in artificial intelligence. So that's how you get a bonus talk. So Shelley Stahl, American Geophysical Union, Vice President of Open Science. So I'm going to talk about two things within publication that you would find potentially valuable, and they're interesting stories, and you might find that your own experience aligns to these stories. So within the United States and with many other countries, there is a lot of research that's including artificial intelligence and machine learning tools. And here I'm showing you, and this is, by the way, the visualization that needs Leonardo's help. This is walking you through the abstracts for our large meeting. So our large meeting is in December, and it's 25,000 to 35,000 researchers that attend either in person or virtually. And the percentage of abstracts that include artificial intelligence and machine learning really exponentially increasing over the last few years. And this, soon I'll have access to the data for 2023, but it was significant. And it's across, you can, on the illustration on the right, our different disciplines are there, not all of them, but it's showing you the large number. it's across all of our disciplines. So it's not just in one place, it's all across all of our disciplines. We've been talking about this. NASA was very interested in these numbers and approached us and said that they would like to ask us to convene a group of our researchers and ethicists, as well as the folks that are publishing in this area, and bringing them together to develop the ethical and responsible use of AI in the earth, space, and environmental sciences. So what's different about these recommendations versus other types of disciplines? Well, frankly, very little. So you can read the earth, space, and environmental sciences, but they'll apply to any discipline. And I think what is most valuable to this community within this document is we broke it into two groups of recommendations. Project level, so think the research life cycle, primarily for researchers doing this on a particular effort that they're looking at. So if you represent researchers, these might be important for you. But in the system level, the folks that are supporting researchers, publishers, and others, I highlight that particular section. So I believe it's page 42 of the paper, so I hope you'll download it. It is a preprint. Thank you to the preprint servers of the world. Here's the publisher section. And, highlighting the importance of guidelines for our reviewers and editors. So leaning into Leonardo's talk about, if we could be more descriptive about each of the visualizations using alt text, if we could be more helpful to our researchers when it comes to outcomes that used AI and ML tools. What do we need to tell them? So we need to give them guidance in order to ensure that what they've done is as ethical as possible. And the other modules give you that information, being transparent, being more descriptive about the data. So let's connect into the data. If we're unsure about what that data represents, so if the data is not fully understandable, fair, it's going to be really difficult to know what the biases of the AI outcomes are that are informing our research. So this is a really important step that a researcher needs to take, and us as publishers, us as societies need to help our researchers understand that, and we enforce it and guide them. So reviewer guidelines, editor guidelines, author guidelines, and then making sure that we're following the practices broadly for the entity that we represent. In this case, I'm pointing for publishers. So that's what I'm sharing with you today. I would very much like if you to take a look at it. Feedback is welcome. The preprint server allows feedback, so please do. And we will be updating this guidance because of the proliferance of large language models impacting our work, which leads me into my next slide. So this is a snippet of AGU's guidelines for authors. What is authorship in AI tools? And we took our text nearly directly from the Committee on Publication Ethics, so COPE, that was mentioned earlier in the presentations this week. That in fact, the large language models, AI tools, ChatGPT in specific, these are not legal entities. So they can't take responsibility for what's being asserted within the publication. And Eric and I were talking about this, the nano publications and making those assertions. It cannot be an artificial intelligence tool that does that. So very simply, our publications committee came together. They reviewed what the Committee on Publication Ethics, COPE, had identified, and very quickly we made the updates to our author guidelines. So I'm just highlighting these tools for you. I highly recommend that you consider helping your authors with not only their research, but also in how they create their publications, and where they did use large language models such as ChatGPT, they need to be very transparent on why and to what outcome, and how that was incorporated into the paper. And in that way, the editors can make decisions if this is a paper that you would accept or not. So that is my very quick bonus talk that you got today. And I'd like to now redirect to our previous speakers. So I will step away. Thank you. I am back into my chair mode. So I'd like to kick off our conversation across each of you. So figure out where your microphones are that are close by, and Kaveh, I can share with you. So the rest of you in the audience, please go ahead and think about your questions. I'll just kick them off with a quick one. So get your hands ready. So for inclusiveness, for access, for open, for fair, you have each talked about improving the experience in scholarly communication for readers in different ways of seeing things, for the different nano-publications benefiting data stewardship and more. I'm excited about that very much. And of course, for a better understanding of visualizations, which no matter who is looking at the visualization, they'll benefit. If you could all speak on that, on how you're improving those capabilities for finding and interacting, readers for finding and interacting peer-reviewed publications or preprints, and just expand on that a little bit from your talk. Kaveh, would anybody like to start? Whoever's ready to begin. Great. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, so I have, I think, a kind of a quick and easy response for that to get going. What's nice about the Nano Publications server network, as it is now, and by no means is it the only way to implement a Nano Publication server network, but it's an example that's working today. When you publish a Nano Publication, by default today, it's an open, licensed piece of information. There's a license attached to it. So if you go to a Nano Publication mode, you better be prepared for everything to be open. If you would like your Nano Publication or the information that you have there to be restricted in some way, and there's good reasons why that may have to happen from time to time, then you may have to develop a new service on that network to handle that. It doesn't exist yet. That being said, maybe about findability, Nano Publications are RDF. They are subject, therefore, to very powerful search capabilities like Sparkle queries. And so, if there could be the emergence of some tools that make Sparkle queries easier, or if there's other ways of indexing and searching that information, you have very powerful search and retrieval capabilities. And that comes for free just by complying to the Nano Publication spec.
That's exciting, and we do know a lot of tool makers out there that love using Sparkle. Leonardo, please go ahead.
Então, vou falar em português.
I will talk to you in Portuguese.
Primeiro, uma das questões que
Number
deixei de falar aqui,
one, one of the things that I did not mention here, but it's important to reinforce, is that among the good practices, we're going to have a review of the editorial policies of all of these journals. The editorial policies of the journals include what was mentioned yesterday on the transformational changes going from individual, collective, organizational, and governmental. And so when we realize that from an individual arena, we can discuss the editorial policies to know, for example, how a designer will receive a scientific paper, and will consider that in terms of accessibility, for example. And therefore, editorial policies do not have only to do with how the author submits the paper. We talk about flow, production, but we have the author until the reader who will give a feedback on what is not working, and therefore we must have an open communication channel to receive the feedback of who is reading. If it's open, it's got to be open all the way, and it's not something that is done overnight. So we started talking about accessibility by saying that this is going to take about 10 years, and then we just sit there. We do not evolve. But instead, Solange said, where do we start? And so we focused on something. We were focused. Alex, Rafael, Gustavo, all of those who are part of this movement. And so this is it from my part. You have to remove the headset so you do not listen to the translation.
To agree very well with Professor Barron talk about the data articles, the article being accessory to the data, right? I checked the website, and please correct me if I'm wrong. It seems to be an open access, an open source framework that anyone can create a service and deploy a nano-publication server. Is there any effort in place to prevent something like a nano predators to spread? And a question for Leonardo. Leonardo, fico muito feliz que você mencionou a questão das.
Leonardo, I'm very happy that you mentioned the editorial policies. I'm very happy that you mentioned them. But I'm going to provoke you here. The authors are the best ones to understand their own figures, data, and so on and so forth. But are they really the best ones to communicate? Are they good in writing? Because in Medline, for example, and Lilacs, there are professionals who are specialized to classify papers, keywords that are identified, and in consonance with artificial intelligence. I would like the other speakers to comment on whether it would be interesting for us to leave this task of describing to professionals initially, professionals in the area, and then for AIs or people who are specialized in working with AI, because if you put the burden on the author, a lot of things happen during production. If the author has to make the classification, the description, and then the designer will just use a print screen of your figure, you've lost it all. Thank you.
Approach at the moment is kind of a radical commitment to open. If you go with a nano publication at the moment, it's open, which is actually, in a way, kind of a violation of a FAIR principle. The A in FAIR is about accessibility and is really asking for accessibility under well-defined conditions, which can include restricted data when it's appropriate. So indeed, it's a decentralized network. Anyone can join it. Anyone can put services on there. It's too early to see any negative predatory kind of consequences yet. What I can say is that when you see something in the world that you don't like, you are free to comment in the form of a nano publication on that. So if there is some kind of unfair, illegitimate activity going on, the community itself can comment in the form of nano-publications. And we think building up clouds of commentary like this attached to provenance, you know who these people are, is a way that we might get some kind of self-governing aspect out of the approach.
Bom, em relação à questão da política editorial,
Regarding editorial policies and also knowing who would make the description, this is the discussion we've had from the very beginning, including with the auditors of some journals. Every other week we get together, the Accessibility and SciELO group. We've now started a strategy with the Journal of Special Education. We're going to provide some guidelines so that the authors who are comfortable with including a brief description as an alternative text, that is also submitted to review. This process does not remove the responsibility of any of the parties. Otherwise, we're always going to blame the other, and we will no longer responsible for the fact that there are individuals who have autism or have some kind of disability, and therefore we have to own what we do in this process, and the corrections may be done by professionals and so on and so forth, but it has to be based on this cultural transformation. And going back to what was mentioned yesterday about transformation or permanent transformation and transformational initiatives, we also include this individual process. Otherwise, we're always going to be waiting for the specialist to come in. Today, when we were planning, because we got together yesterday and today we said, okay, we have people who are online. Are we going to describe ourselves verbally? And then, what do I describe about myself? Do I say that I'm white or black, or what is my hair like? And then we have other issues that come into play, like ethnical issues. It's not merely technical. It is also subjective, and this transforms models and possibilities.
One question. Thank you so much.
Eu só queria colocar uma experiência.
I just wanted to share an experience we had. We published in SciELO in 2017. We published something, but it was not very successful. It was a thematic number on people with disabilities. We used an audio for that group, and that was in November 2017. We made that effort, but we had to pay for it. We paid financially, and in addition to all of the costs, we had to pay for somebody to read the text. What I mean here is that it was an experience, but it stayed there. It did not evolve. I wanted to say that this is an important risk, because when we talk about somebody, for example, I will try to record it, and maybe this is the way to go. This was an attempt, and it helped you evaluate. And if you hadn't tried, you would not have known. We can calibrate it according to different individuals, like in terms of the screen reader. It could be faster or slower. But in 2017, that was the alternative you had. I think it's important to record these experiences. I would like to encourage such initiatives.
And I would like to hand it back over to Alex to re-poll all of us.
Thank you, Shelley. Então vamos novamente para a pergunta que fizemos no início do painel, para verificar se houve alguma alteração das percepções de vocês.
The question was, is the medium the message in research communication? For those who have not entered the QR code, it's right there on the corner of the screen. The answers are yes, no, I do not know. The QR code is now easier to see, or you can use the Menti access code as well. Okay, so I think we can compare the two answers, but apparently there have been no significant changes. The results are very similar. I don't know has decreased when compared to when we asked it the first time. And of course, we now have different numbers of responses than we had initially. I thank you all. I kindly ask you to remain on the podium for the picture. Okay, so a round of applause. Thank you once again. And we're now preparing for the next panel. I would like to remind you about the questions we're asking. These questions are in the conference's website. We have a page dedicated to questions. And if you want to review the questions and the answers, we're making everything available to you all.
Okay, so let's continue with the next panel. We're just making the last few adjustments, but I think we're ready to begin. Before we invite our panelists to the stage, we're going to ask you the question for this panel so that you can begin answering. The question is, on equity in research communication, if we don't change direction, will we get where we're going? So this is a new QR code. And here are the answers. Yes, and I do not know. So on equity and research communication, if we don't change directions, will we get where we're going? It's unanimous so far. I don't know. Okay, some people seem to be a little bit more sure of it. This is a code. And then this question will be repeated after the panel. This is all on SciELO 25. Here are the results again. So it's almost unanimous. I don't know. So this is the panel Equity in Open Science. For this panel, we're going to have Ms. Alicia Kowaltowski, a professor at the University of São Paulo, member of the Academy of Sciences in the state of São Paulo, and the Brazilian Academy of Science. Malavika, Program Manager of OASPA and Chair of the Society Publishers Coalition. I spoke to Malavika before, and she has authorized me to call her by her first name. We also have Professor Juan Pablo Alperin, the Scientific Co-Director of the Public Knowledge Project, and a professor at Simon Fraser University and co-director of the Scholarly Communications Lab. So we have Dr. Andrea Carvalho Vieira, the general coordinator of the journals portal, CAPES, to chair the session. I'll pass it over to Ms. Andrea. Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a huge pleasure to be here today. Actually, more than a pleasure, it's an honor. Especially with these three incredible speakers, I think we have a lot to discuss. This is a moment that we're facing as a country in which we have to have different attitudes so that we can change direction. Abel knows this very well. We've been working more and more to support SciELO, so I have a lot of expectations so that we can speak about equity. Let's begin. Go ahead, Professor Alicia.
Oops. I'm vertically challenged, so we have to put this down here. So good morning, everybody, and let me start by saying happy birthday, SciELO, happy 25 years. This is amazing. SciELO is an idea so ahead of its time that 25 years ago it decided to provide a forum for open access articles. And now in other fields of research, including my own, for example, that we still publish for 20 more years completely behind paywalls, we're starting to discuss this in the rest of the world. So this is something really amazing. As I said, in other fields of research, such as my own, I work with energy metabolism in the biological area. Most of our publications are published behind paywalls and also are dependent on journals that are managed by very large editorial companies that are for-profit companies that don't respond to typical market values and are known for having very, very high profit margins. That's why another initiative in Brazil that's very, very important for research accessibility is Periódicos CAPES, which for decades already has negotiated at a national level with these companies to ensure that we have subscription reading of these articles and we have access to them. And I think because of that, us as Brazilian researchers sometimes don't notice how many articles were behind paywalls, and maybe we weren't as angry as some other authors in other places in the world because of the lack of accessibility to science. Now, Periódicos CAPES, as Andrea is here to show this also, is starting also to negotiate with these companies in terms of subscribe to open and other kinds of contracts that can guarantee that we authors don't have to pay for open access through article paying costs, and instead this is negotiated at an institutional level, which I think is going to be very important in the future. The reason I think it's going to be important is that the rest of the world has noticed that open accessibility is very, very important, and several initiatives, and Plan S is probably the most impactful of them, have come out trying to push for a change for open access at the level of journals more recently and more quickly. Now, while Plan S has been very successful in making people talk more about open accessibility in publications, and also pushing more authors to publish as open access and more editorial companies to switch to open access models, I am critical of the fact that Plan S has been much less successful in controlling the costs of article publications, particularly with these companies that still dominate many areas of research in terms of publication markets. And that has resulted in really an increase in these article publication costs. The increase in article publication costs is very large. It's 3 times the increase of inflation, and it's specifically large in highly perceived journals, which are either high impact or have brand names, places where people really want to publish. So article publication costs have sort of become like costs of luxury items like brand named handbags or something like that, in which the cost almost makes the journal more prestigious. And they've come to levels that are simply unimaginable. There are more than 30 journals with the Nature brand in which it costs more than $11,000 to publish a single article open access. And I actually left the role of authors of a paper. This was a multinational paper, a review paper in Nature Metabolism, because I did not agree to paying $11,000 to make it open access. I just couldn't fathom that, and I couldn't fathom that this was going to be split amongst authors. So because of that, not because I'm against open access, not at all, but because of the way we're transitioning to open access in some fields, me and a few other authors have published a few articles stating that the push for open access, as it is happening right now, is actually making science less inclusive. It's making science less inclusive because we've swapped a barrier to read, a paywall to read, for a paywall to publish. And I actually think that a paywall to publish is worse, because if I can't publish because I can't afford to publish, people simply won't know we exist. And that's much worse in terms of accessibility. So I do think something has to change. So what can we do in this sense? Well, we have to recognize that different nations have different economic properties and characteristics. And of course, I don't think I have to tell the people in the audience here that Brazil is not a rich nation. For example, a postdoc in Brazil earns about $1,000 per month, which seems like something scandalous for somebody who lives in the US or Europe. So we aren't a rich nation. We should not be paying the same amount of money for open access as richer countries. Now, most journals, most editorial companies actually do have a waiver and discount policy. And I put here the world map where we painted in orange the countries that have waivers, don't pay anything for article publishing costs in these journals. And in yellow, the countries that have discounts typically pay 50% of these article publishing costs. There are 2 different systems, the World Bank and Research for Life systems. But in neither of them, large Latin American countries such as Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, etc., are included in the waiver or discount policies. And in fact, when we quantified the amount of authors who qualified for discounts, it's right on the bottom, you will see that the percentages of authors who qualify for discounts within these systems is very, very low. It's less than 5%. So the current discount and waiver policies are not sufficient to cover for the economic differences in the world. Now, just a few days ago, on September 18th, Coalition S published a suggestion for a more comprehensive discount policy, and I'm very, very worried about it. And I'm sorry to Coalition S members who are here, but I'm going to use strong wording here because this is something very worrisome to me. First of all, I do support a differential scale for different economies to pay differently, but I support this to be based on real affordability data or real economic data. Instead of this, the proposition published by Coalition S is to use purchasing price indexes, which are indexes published by many different agencies, actually, including the World Bank, which are not supposed to be used to compare economies. And they specifically chose one of 47 purchasing price indexes to use in this proposition. Now, as any scientist knows, if you use the wrong tools, the wrong methodology, you get the wrong results, and that's what I think they got here. So what they're proposing is to separate countries in these 4 groups. The first group is going to pay 100% of the published price, second 80%, 50%, and 20%. And they are separating these groups based on this one purchasing price index. So the problem I see is that if you look at the 80% group, that's where Brazil, Belize, and Argentina are. So then you would say, well, we'll be paying 80%, we'll have a 20% discount, that's something better. But it isn't, because the same document states that to support this, they predict an increase in APCs by about 34%. So we would be paying 80% of 139%, sorry, it's 39%, and that's about 110%. So we Brazilians would actually be paying more within this proposal. Another thing that really bothers me in this proposal is that in the 50% bracket, there are countries from Eastern Europe, such as Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary. These are countries that definitely had less funding research than Germany, the UK, or the US, but definitely have more funding research than Brazil, Argentina, or Belize. Belize just went up from lower middle income to upper middle income last year. So while I do support a graded payment scheme, absolutely do not support this proposal made. It's open for comments now, but not for comments from researchers such as myself. It's open for comments from librarians and publishers. I know there are many librarians and publishers in the audience, so please go there and comment and tell them that Brazilians and Argentinians cannot finance the research in Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. That is not a fairer paying model. So what is fair? What can we do to have open access right now and change the publication landscape? I'm a very strong proponent of Plan U. The research landscape has changed over 25 years. Today is different than when SciELO started. And today, as we saw this morning, we have public preprint depositories basically in every field of knowledge, and also in every field of knowledge, journals accept preprinting. So what Plan U proposes is using preprinting as a manner to achieve open access. That's not to say that we wouldn't be submitting to journals also. We could submit to journals and use that to curate our papers and improve our papers. That's not to say that the preprints wouldn't be improved by peer review. We should update both preprints and papers in journals. But then we can go back to these preprints and read them as a source of open access if the full paper is behind a paywall, and we'll have exactly the same paper to read. The advantage of Plan U is that it's free, it's equitable, it's inclusive. It uses the structure at hand. We don't have to change anything. We just have to mandate that people have to preprint. And we can achieve open access right now. Then we gain time and we gain flexibility and we break our dependency with these companies that are overcharging us so that we can create better places to publish, better schemes to publish that are led by us, by the researchers, and by public funds and not this dependency. So thank you very much for having me here today.
Obrigada, professora Alice. Eu acho que os pontos levantados
Thank you, Professor Alice. I think that the points you raised were very relevant,
importantes para a gente continuar o diálogo.
it's
A informação é
important so that we
nova,
can
né? Assim,
continue
acabou
this
de ser
conversation. It's
publicado.
new information. It
Então,
was just
nós
recently
precisamos nos
published, so
debruçar,
we
né,
do
sobre essas
need
informações e
to
conversarmos e
delve
só
into
para
this
quem estava
information
sem
and talk
o
about it.
tradutor, né,
If
por
you
questão do
weren't
questionário que está lá disponível para que as pessoas respondam
hearing this, we
lá
have
no
a
Coalition
form
S. Depois a
for
gente
people
pode dar
to
maiores
respond at
informações para os
Coalition
bibliotecários que
S.
estão aqui, para os
So for
editores,
any
né, para que eles
publisher
possam
or
também
librarian
participar
here,
e dar a sua opinião
please
aqui,
make
né,
our
com a nossa
voices
visão aqui
heard.
de Brasil, da América Latina.
Give them the
Obrigada,
Brazilian
professora.
and Latin American
Agora eu
perspective.
convido Malavika.
Thank you. And now,
minha amiga para fazer
Ms.
a sua fala.
Malavika will give her talk.
A todos. Thank you so much to the SciELO team for inviting some perspectives from OASPA. Thank you on this really happy occasion of your silver anniversary. OASPA and I congratulate you. I feel really honored to be here and to share with you all today. At OASPA, where I work, we are on a path increasing, or at least trying to increase equity in open access. But before I get into that, I'd like to first just talk about the word equity. Equity is a powerful word. It carries within it, I think, quite a lot of concepts. It goes further than equality, so it's not about giving an equal footing to all. It goes beyond that to address issues of cumulative advantage. Equity also assures the principles of inclusivity and accessibility, because equity is about ensuring that the environment is suitable for all to participate. So, for instance, this live translation team here, which is doing amazing work, I think, is a perfect example of this. And I really share heartfelt thanks to this team for working in partnership with all the speakers here. Your work made it equitable, made the environment equitable, and so I have been included, and people who don't speak Spanish and Portuguese or vice versa have all been included. And finally, equity assures diversity. It's only where the environment is equitable that a diversity of inputs, of formats, of languages, of approaches can follow. But you cannot have that diversity if you don't have the equitable landscape first. Now, OASPA is the Open Access Scholarly Publishing Association, and looking at the logo, just to be clear, it is not CASPA, it is OASPA, okay? So OASPA, think about open knowledge. English speakers, you can look up CASPA to say why I'm saying this, but OASPA, we are mission-driven. We exist to make open access better and to support open knowledge. And we co-develop the principles of transparency and best practice in scholarly publishing together with COPE and WAMI and DOAJ. We have a wide range of members who are open access publishers of various types and sizes, the whole spectrum, right? Large, small, commercial, non-profit, charity, society publishers, university publishers, but also in our community are libraries, as well as OA platforms and infrastructure providers, including SciELO, Crossref, African Journals Online, and so on. So this is the very, very diverse community that's mentioned on the slide. And the goal mentioned on the slide is to have open access as the predominant mode for scholarly outputs. And how we get there, how we deliver open access really matters. Of course, we know open access is not the only thing that matters. Of course, we know that. But specifically, OASPA is interested in what open access as the predominant mode for scholarly outputs can deliver for society, for humanity, and for the world. So I invite you now to come with me and step outside of just the Latin American context. I hope to bring you a global context where at OASPA we feel there are two aspects to equitable open access. Equity in access is one aspect. This is about who can do, who has access to open access publishing. The second facet, much broader, is about engagement. Who can influence? Who has a voice? Who has decision-making powers, editorial decision-making powers? Who is even in that conversation that decides what quality is? What are the benchmarks? What is indexed, for instance? You know, things like that. And scholarly publishing is changing rapidly, right? So it really matters who is at the table at this time. So for all to have a pathway to being a stakeholder with influence, this is the engagement side. Now in this conversation, I will focus mainly on the first aspect because OASPA is seeing massive consolidation driving exclusion in a lot of the way open access content is delivered. Ask me for some figures later, and I can give it to you. But for now, I will just say we cannot ignore the amount of content being published open access under an APC model, which is exclusionary. if most of the world's researchers cannot afford to publish OA, as Alicia said before me, then what sort of a world are we sustaining? Now, it's a reasonable question to ask, what is the evidence for there being a problem? And looking at things globally, I would say that the pay-to-publish system, and in this I include APCs as well as pure publish agreements, fully open access agreements, transformative agreements. Together, I'm calling this a pay-to-publish approach. It only allows open access publishing for select authors at select institutions. Overall, the literature is showing us that pay-to-publish is disadvantageous to most scholars in the world. I think Brazilian funk artists can write a whole song about who is being disadvantaged by pay-to-publish. Trust me, the lyrics will be interesting. If we have time, you can ask me about it later. But seriously speaking, it is most scholars and professionals in the world being excluded or disadvantaged. So you have to ask open access for whom? Because when we look at the literature, the conclusion is that pay-to-publish only works or advantages males at senior professional ranks at well-resourced institutions in high-income countries, which make up the minority of countries in the world. Now, many organizations, of course, are aware of these issues and are acting on them. And I think the world has a lot to learn from the Latin American philosophy and the wonderful work of SciELO, for instance. At OASPA, we ran 4 workshops this year, bringing together librarians and publishers primarily, to look at how we can increase equity in open access, in who has access to open access publishing. And here are OASPA's reflections emerging from each of our workshops, okay? And I suppose if you look at these themes, you're not surprised by a lot of them, but what I want to add is that issues around prestige came up quite a lot, and we detected negative perceptions about OA. OA by the APC and pay-to-publish model, but also OA via the no fees to read or publish model. Now, we're all lovers of OA here, right? But we shouldn't just listen to ourselves, and we shouldn't just listen to people who think like us. OASPA detected a lot of mistrust in open access, and with this, avoidance and lack of engagement in OA publishing venues, which is why we have 5 outputs from our 4 workshops. In our workshops, we learned that it is time to rethink both how and if APCs for articles and BPCs for books should be used in scholarly publishing. We heard that waivers are condescending and colonial, and the process is really messy and problematic. Workshop participants felt that guidelines for increasing equity in the pay-to-publish system are needed, and OASPA was encouraged to develop some new principles here. We heard loud and clear that APCs running at scale as they are cannot ever be equitable. We need a shift to OA for all. And a majority felt that we need more models with no fees to read or publish. And to achieve this, how to achieve this? We heard we need funding models to be decoupled from an atomized approach to individual articles. But we also heard this mistrust of OA. Editorial integrity remains hugely important, and OASPA's role as a signifier remains important. But I will say transparency. We also saw that transparency of the publishing operation is not just general good practice, right? Publishers can also think about transparency as a way of sending out trust signals that need to be visible to payers and funders and institutions. And why is that? Well, we have models that are delivering open access without any fees to read or publish. You can see the variety of approaches on the slide. And there need to be payers in these models. And what our workshops showed is how payers need to see actions from publishers that build trust and inspire confidence so they can see how and where to reroute their limited funds, okay, to make open access for all possible. And equally, our workshops highlighted that publishers and OA platforms need to see that there are payers willing to redirect funding to support OA for all. So, This is where we are for the moment, and we know that we have so much more to do, but I am here to learn from you. This is where we have reached on our journey so far, and I would really like to hear your inputs and your feedback. Thank you. Obrigada.
Obrigada, Malavika.
Thank you, Malavika. Let's continue with Juan.
No saben lo difícil que va a ser seguir eso. Cuando terminó, dijo obrigada exactamente en el momento que el contador acá de los...
So I'll speak Spanish, and everyone knows that who knows me. This is the third time I come here to speak to SciELO. I was here for the 15th anniversary, for the 20th, and we're also celebrating at PKP our 25th anniversary. We're all celebrating together, and this is also Google's 25th anniversary. So I don't know what was happening in 1998, but I think that large scale projects and great ideas were really bubbling up. So it was a very important year. We've talked a lot about equity, diversity, inclusion in this event. I know that this is the topic for this event, but many things have been said, and I'll try not to repeat what was said. I will, however, try to tell you about one survey that we have had about dealing with these issues. I'll try to give some color to everything that we've discussed so far and how it connects to this survey. So to put you in this context, again, this is the third time I come to Latin America. PKP is very well known. We know that it's a very highly used platform, but we'd like to give you an idea of what our world perspective is at PKP. This is a vision that we've had for many years about global participation in the project, creating public information. We consider over 30,000 journals that use the platform in the world, and Brazil was the leading country in this entire story in the number of journals. However, Indonesia has recently surpassed Brazil, and Latin America overall is still one of the places with the highest number of publications in open access. I'm saying this because when we talk about inclusion, diversity, and the participation of people in science, this is the global perspective that was missing for many years and that we're currently starting to recognize. But for many years, our conversations about science only looked at what was in a certain scope, that is the Northern Hemisphere. At PKP, we've always had this perspective that science is global, and we're currently being able to show, measure, and give more visibility to the importance of global scientific production. We've had panels on multilingualism, on different diversity models, but in the last few years, we were able to publish some articles showing what languages are being used in most publications. English is, of course, one of the most common ones. It's used for nearly half of our publications. Indonesian is also widely used, and Spanish and Portuguese are almost at the top of, as well. This is representative of the countries that we have in PKP. Here you see multilingualism in our journals. I'll show you the link to this data, but I would like to say that nearly 50% of papers are publishing in at least 2 or 3 languages. Here, we can also see that there are different publications that only publish in one language. Some of them publish different articles in different languages, but you can see the type of diversity that we have in what we're doing. And I really liked hearing Fernanda's example of the diversity that can be found in these journals. the different terms that are used to refer to chief editors or editors. She really had like 4 columns of terms showing that there is diversity in what is being produced in science. All right, if you'd like to see more details about what has been published using PKP, this is a link to the article. I don't want to use up any of my time in doing that any longer. Now let's look at the global context of open science. UNESCO has a vision for open science referring to equity, the participation and inclusion of other stakeholders from other systems of knowledge. And they don't discuss only open access, but when we talk about equity and who will be included, we also need to think about who we're talking about and who we're referring to with that term.
Also, you have to consider what we do in England, Brazil, Germany. We're trying to find documents on open science during the pandemic, and they talk about all of the advantages and benefits that you can obtain with open science. These documents say that open science will cause problems in the sense that we're going to have a faster dissemination, we'll have more quality, more inclusion, more efficiency. So there's a whole list of all of the benefits we're going to have with open science. And then we organize these documents, and we are going to discuss it with the society, better results in public health care, better communication with the public, improve socioeconomic conditions, having more science in the public. We're going to have more people participating, more knowledge, more public knowledge. So we're also talking about all of these other benefits. This is all going to be done by open science. And then Monique Oliveira and Germania Barata have carried out this analysis in documents reading in Portuguese. 30 texts were analyzed in here. We can better see the issue of equity, inclusion, and many of them also report benefits and having information available to all. And Brazil is the only that has already published it. This was led by Natasha. She's a postdoc who's working with me, and she's analyzing policies in Europe and in the Americas. And here we have all of the national and international policies in this subset of documents. But we have to understand that we have a lot more documents from Europe. We're talking about open science. And what we see in these documents is that there is a discrepancy, a lack of connection between what they say in terms of inclusion, equity, and the concrete facts and how we can get there. And so in all of these documents, we see all of these tensions, hope that we will achieve all of these results. And this is something else I would like to highlight. We have different highlights depending on what parts of the world we're looking at. Some are concerned about the distribution of resources between the North and the South, having more or less money, more investment in investigations. Also in the European documents, there is the same concern when comparing Northern and Southern European countries. Also, the commercialization of open science. And there are other factors that we often talk about when we talk about equity, such as age, gender. These are things that are not clearly mentioned in terms of inclusion in open science policies. I would like to highlight that supporting one set of benefits comes at a cost of others. And so it's very important to consider where our priorities are. And what we see is that in different parts of the world, the priorities change. In North America and Europe, the benefits are concentrated on benefits to science. They talk a lot about preprints, how they're going to accelerate science. So we have all of the benefits. And then in Germany, for some reason, there was an emphasis on open data. But in Latin America, the concern and priority for open science is more concentrated on costs and also the discussions of APCs, visibility, obtaining visibility. And also, we have some documents in Latin America that are much more on community science and citizenship-based science. UNESCO talks about this, and this is basically not present in open science documents coming from Europe or North America. Open access is mentioned by everybody, but there are different emphases in different parts of the world as well. So, since we talk about equity, this is something that has to do with diversity, inclusion, how they can help us so that we can deal with the different kinds of inequalities, how we talk about languages, how they compare with geographic inequalities, and how in the North, oftentimes they consider that representation means having somebody present there and that this is enough. But anyway, these are not answers. These are questions. I just wanted to highlight that equity is a complex issue when we talk about open science because we want all the equities and cannot prioritize them all. So this may be a problem, but we must really know what type of equity, diversity, what benefit are we really after. We cannot just think that open science will give it all to us. We must know what we want as a region, and each community should say, this is the benefit and this is the equity that I am or that my region is looking for. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan. This is a very important moment for us to be able to learn from you. It's a good moment for the exchange of experiences at a moment where we're developing a new ecosystem. And so the idea is for us to rethink how we're going to invest all of our resources. I can talk on behalf of the CAPES investments in the order of 100 million US right now. And we are trying to discuss how we can invest this money. Whenever we plan, we have to take into account equity, diversity, inclusion. We have a lot of foreigners here with us, but there's also an internal issue on equity here in Brazil. We have different regions in the country. The country is huge and diverse. Equity for us is something that should be analyzed in terms of an international issue or a domestic one. And if we keep on going through the same road? Are we going to get where we want to? I wanted to hear from you.
Hi, here on the back. I'm sorry.
Ok. Eu acho que, se você permitir, obrigada.
She had raised her hand before. Well, I'm sorry. Actually, I will ask about São Paulo, and based on what we've been discussing on the cooptation of journals by different companies, and this is something that is mainstream in some areas. I wanted to ask if you have seen or if you have spoken with journals where this happens, and then they there is a software, for example. It includes it demands that the impact is used for assessment systems. The use of platforms have an impact on the journals, and something I was not able to mention today in my lecture is that when we created the system, we thought about our role, about enabling journals to do what they want, and then having this type of diversity in the organizations and our role when we have the platform that we want to suggest. So it's important to try to define a modus operandi so that the different journals are more professional. The role of platforms is very important. It will help define what they want to achieve. But some journals were forced to change their system. I did had contact with some journals that decided to join JS. A lot of it is related to more institutional issues than truly the operation of the platform itself. What happens is that these transitions go both ways, and they do not take into account the limitations imposed by technology on the operation of a journal. And from our point of view, we always try to have a lot of diversity, how we can include multilingualism in the system, how we can adopt different publication models. This is one of the strengths of our platform and enables us to operate freely, whereas others do not allow the same thing. But I never thought that this would be a consideration of journals at the moment of transition. We also have to take into account institutional issues or because of the way the journal works or something like that.
For Malavika, and a question for Alicia. So I was very pleased that you mentioned that agreements not necessarily promote equity, right? Because they're based in institutions. And we actually do have evidence here in Brazil. We have periódicos CAPES, which is a great agreement that allows read access to a lot of researchers, but only for post-graduation programs which are level 5 or above. If I'm not mistaken, please correct me.
No.
Okay.
It's
so
anybody in any institution of research in the country.
Okay, then that's great. It used to be something like that, I believe. So that's even better. It has never been that. Every post graduation has access to. So that's a question to Alicia.
No, any computer in any research institution in the country that's in the Rede copies, if you download a paper that they subscribe to, it will come to you and you will not pay for it.
Regardless of the level of the program?
Yes.
Well, that's excellent. That's a really good model then. So, a pergunta para Alicia era...
The question to Alicia was that we have this copies model, as you mentioned, and it may hide to some authors that they're being benefited because they download and they don't have to pay to read the paper. And so the question is, what are you doing to make sure that the publication contract, the so-called transformative agreements, do not use a method that will cause the same problem, and then hiding to authors that they're not really paying, but there is some kind of payment? Thank you for your question. Number one, I would like to say that as an author who pays APC, I will know if I don't have to pay, but then I will turn over to Andrea because she understands better than I do. Well, actually, in the journal portal, we have not signed any agreement, but CAPES has decided to organize a work group to discuss open science with different stakeholders, not only in the national graduate system, but also in science and technology and the organized civil society as well. And our idea is really to discuss all of these issues in the work group so that we can come to something that will meet the needs of the different areas of knowledge. It is something that has to be taken into account. There is specificity in the areas. We want to respect them, and it's not easy. If it were, we would have done it already. But there are logistic issues, challenges. The portal has 456 institutions, so you can already imagine how challenging it is. We have to be careful. Also, we want to be able to have a very close communication with the investigators because we are here. We discuss this in other fora, but the investigator there at the end is not aware of his or her rights, and our idea is to work closely with them with this transformative agreement. So we will get there, and once they are signed, we will definitely carry out a large campaign so that we can reach the investigators at the end.
I just wanted to come back to one of the things that I think you were saying. I'm not too sure, but I just would like to clarify. I think librarians and libraries and library consortia are doing the best that they absolutely can. I think they are some of the strongest advocates, not only for open access, but also can be some of the strongest advocates for equitable and inclusive open access. And if they are signing transformative deals, it's because that's the best they have on the table from what is being offered. So my question, the question OASPA is asking is, how can we put a better deal on the table? This is why we wanted to bring librarians and publishers together in our workshops, right? How do we change this system? Because the TA system is not good enough and we can see that it's exclusive. So I really want to be clear, I'm not berating the librarians at all in this. And one other thing to add is, I didn't have the chance to get into some of the recommendations that came out of our workshops, although we will be posting about this very soon. So if you follow the tag on my slide, then you will also get to read when we release it what OASPA is going to do next. But one of the things that we heard that we could or should be looking at is bringing librarians and researchers together to bridge that kind of gap so that researchers know what strong advocates they have in their librarian partners, and also to deal with these issues of credibility in open access, bringing faculty members and librarians together. I'm not committing that OASPA is going to move into this space, but it's one of the possibilities. It's one of the items coming out of our work.
Oi. I am Marcia Rangel. I am an assistant editor at Dados. I would like to thank you all for the presentations. It was very good. And I have a question for Juan. When we started this debate on open science movements, at our institution, we are concerned about gender and race equality. We paid a lot of attention to that, and it seemed curious to me that nobody was carrying out a dialogue with gender studies that talk a lot about the advancement of anonymous publications, because then at the end of the day, we no longer had any more gender or race-based discrimination as we had in the past. So we say that we're going to democratize having equality, but you do not discuss this properly. I wanted to thank you because you mentioned it very clearly. I would like you to tell us a little bit more about that and also what should be taken into account. I also thank you. Well, thank you for the question. What we see in special in terms of the open science policies in Europe and Latin America, we do not talk about the equity system. Sometimes it is only related to open access and APCs. And so I don't have the answer on what the priority of the different regions should be, but what we see in terms of policies is that we have to solve some gender participation issues, race, equity. We will document everything, but this is very difficult to study. These are characteristics, important ones. Everything we have in terms of open science is based on open data, preprints, open access, because these are easier to measure and quantify. When we want to have a full view of open science as proposed by UNESCO's recommendations, if we want to obtain the benefits of open science with that full list, we have to use it as a priority and not use open science as an objective. Otherwise, we will be looking at something that cannot be quantified. It's very difficult to evaluate the participation of different people, different sub-communities, because that's not quantifiable. But this is the conversation that we must have whenever we want to talk about equity in open science.
I think the issue of gender is a really important question, if I've caught what you've asked correctly. And I think there's a reawakening, I think, of should we, amongst some publishers, should we go back to looking at something like double anonymized review? And in fact, very, very recently, I only mention them because they are in my mind because it's news. The Institute of Physics Publishing has just won an award in the UK for it's melding two already existing concepts, right? It's double anonymized, transparent review. So it's double anonymized, but then the reviews are published at the end, okay? And they've just won an award for that. But I think there are other publishers re-looking at this space because there is bias in this space. And as far as the APC question is concerned, the data do show, the literature does show us that women in the APC system are disadvantaged all over the world because they are less likely to even get into that conversation about a waiver. They are less likely to choose an open access journal because they know they will have to have funds for it, right? And then they will have to dig into their research budget. It will come at the cost of something else, like you were talking about priorities, Juan. So I think it's a really important issue. Thank you for the question.
I have 2 comments and a question regarding the objectives of the open science policies. They have nothing to do with open science. Open science is a construct. What we're doing, at least in Chile, is using a very complex concept in approaching knowledge funded by public resources. We could think that this is very obvious, and it's important to take into account what they do, but the concept of science as a public asset that is funded with the money from us all, this is very important. For example, in Chile, when we ask people if they want to do it, they all say, when we ask people, do you love your mom? Everybody loves their mom, but then when you have to take our moms to the doctor, then we do not have availability, we do not have enough time, and therefore using open science policies does not require the effort of editors alone or the libraries, but also we need to take into account the funding agencies that have to consider what and how they're doing it and what are the incentives in place, because as we fund research, and then you have a place of excellence to publish, that's something else. Otherwise, we will be lost. Thank you. Well, I just wanted to say something else. We spent over $100 million in access to scientific information, and then the amount of money is amazing. It's really high. And even so, we are the 3rd largest paper consumer. Something is not going well. In the case of the APCs, it's very interesting to think about this condition. How much do we have to pay? Because we are a low to mid-income country, we have to think about the cost for the publishers. Otherwise, it will be the same thing, $9,000, $1,200. It doesn't matter. If we are paying to have our papers published, at least we should know what it is that is really open. I know we're running late, but I wanted to make another comment. Information to libraries is close to zero. Libraries cannot capture this information to know what is being paid in open, and this is a terrible waste of money. Well, I would like to react a little bit to your first questions regarding how we should not only include the open science objective, but take into account what objective. For a very long time, our proposal was open access, and the importance was to reach open access and not what was the true objective, which is decommercializing science. We believed that open science would in turn lead to a decommercialization, and the largest publishers, but we opened, well, actually we have open access, but we have not reached decommercialization. But if we want to have more equity and inclusion, we must place them as an objective and not open science as an objective. So we have to take into account what open sciences lead to inclusion and then promote them, because it's not any type of open science. And this is what worries us, because nowadays they're more concerned with what is measurable and quantifiable. that does not necessarily lead to more inclusion and participation in science if we do not include this among the objectives. That's why I always say that we need to have priorities. Do you want to have inclusion, or do you want to do things faster? They're not necessarily hand in hand. We have to prioritize systems.
Yes, only talking about open access is not going to ensure that we have inclusion and equity. So, as a Brazilian citizen, I really hope that this conversation and this moment can be transformed into action, that we really can start public policies from this. And in the last 30 years, we have done something, and I believe that in the next 30 years, we'll see the results of this. I'd just like to remind Juan that SciELO discussed for many months and approved a statement that defends open science with IDEA, proposing that the national research systems develop open science or adopt open science, implement it with these 3 or 4 qualities in a decentralized way. The approach that we have, and this is a problem that is specific to Brazil, is funding journals. They don't have any government or institutional support. So we developed a concept called contribution to publication costs. It's a contribution that is that we expect the scientific community would pay to pay for publications without any intention of generating a profits. Thank you. I'd like to invite Alex, and thank you all for being here. Please stay seated. We have a couple of questions before we conclude. First, the question that was asked in the beginning of the panel, to see if there were any changes to your perception on the topic. The question was about equity in research communication. If we don't change directions, will we get to where we're going? There's the QR code once again. If you're answering for the first time. If not, you can just refresh your page. So while we wait, I'd just like to say that in the previous panel, Cecilia mentioned the experience that they had with audio description, and that was from a journal called Science and Collective Health. So you can Google them and see this article. All right, let's see the comparison. There wasn't such a big change. Most people still believe that if we don't change directions, we will not get to where we're headed. Before we break for lunch, we're just going to ask another question. This will be on the screen throughout the lunch break, and we hope that you can answer it. This is a question that will be discussed in the next panels this afternoon. So just give us a minute, and our team will put it on the screen. The question is, do you think it's possible to project what research communication will be like in 15 more years? That's the QR code. Or if you'd like to go to menti.com, the code is 74556248. This will be on the screen during the lunch break, so feel free to answer now or when you come back. Thank you to our panelists. Please stick around. We're going to take a group picture, and we'll be back at 2. Thank you. Before we begin this panel, we're going to show you the results from that question we asked before we stopped for lunch. Here are the results. The question was, do you think it is possible to understand how research communication will happen in 15 years in the future? Options were probably yes, probably no, and no idea. So probably no has won. Most people believe that it is not possible to know how research or scientific communication will be had in 15 years. We're going to continue with our program now. We're going to have the first of two panels. This one is titled Visions of the Future, SciELO 25+. We're going to talk about future perspectives for open science. What can significantly change, and in what direction will things go in the short, medium, and long term? What advances will happen in open access, open data, open peer review, and citizen science? How will indicators evolve when we talk about diversity and inclusion? These are some of the guiding questions for this panel. We'd like to invite to the stage Professor Barrett Mons, President of the Committee on Data and Scientific Director of the Go Fair Foundation and Professor of Leiden University. Ms. Jessica Polka, Executive Director of ASAP Bio. Sarita Albagli, Coordinator of the Research Lab in Open Science and Citizen Innovation, or CINDA Lab, and a professor at the Brazilian Institute of Information Science and Technology at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Mr. Johan Rurik, Executive Director of Coalition S and Editor-in-Chief of the journal Glossa, a journal of general linguistics. This panel will be chaired by Sérgio Luís Monteiro Salles Filho, Professor of the Political Science and Technology Department at the University of Geosciences and the State University of Campinas. We'll pass it over to Mr. Sergio. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen. So the idea behind this and the next session was something that we arranged with Abels to give us a future perspective. So we're concluding the event. This is the third day. And we want to have several million-dollar questions here. What's the future going to be like? Well, no one knows, but speculating about the future is a part of our daily work. And the idea for this panel is to speculate about the future. We want to have visions of the future in open science and the broadest understanding of open science. This has been discussed from the perspective of idea, as we said before. And the two questions that were raised by that Alex has just mentioned refer exactly to that. What is going to happen? What kind of future should we expect for open data, open peer review, citizen science, and many other topics? And you can feel very free to speak here. We hope to have 2 rounds. We didn't expect to have any PowerPoint presentations during this panel, but some of the panelists have asked to give a presentation, so we will. So we want to have 2 rounds. The first one will pose this question, advances in open science, and the second round will discuss indicators for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think that's all. I think we can begin with the first round. So I think the order is starting with Mr. Baron Munz. He has brought a PowerPoint, right? Thank you, Baron. Each speaker will have 8 minutes.
One of the people that said, okay, let's make a few slides, I made them today. And actually the idea is, what is the future of publishing, or publishers, but let's say publishing. I first said it's tiny, because it's nano-publication based, and nano-publications are very small, nano-publications. But also the future of publishers, as we know them, should be tiny. We should not tolerate any longer that they keep us in this deadly embrace. And at lunch we were even joking, but maybe it's more serious than we thought. Let's not publish anything in a high ribbon journal, quoting Jan, for 3 years. So they're all on their knees, and then we negotiate again. So the first thing I say, step out of the silverback slavery, because it's two ways. It's also our own deans that still require us to publish in Nature and Science and Cell and whatever. And we will never get out of this circle unless we take radical steps, okay? So I think SciELO could be one of the, we need a Greenpeace against publishers, something like that, you know, we will think about it. So that's just putting it out there and not saying how we should do that exactly, but we have to find a way to make this happen, because I worked on malaria for 15 years, and in those days my African colleagues couldn't read. Now they cannot publish. What's worse? So that is a very unwanted side effect of open access, and they just keep ripping us off, you know. So we have to find a way to get out of that. That's one. The second is, on the right-hand side of the slide, is one of the cartoons I showed earlier. SciELO should not do this deadly sin in publishing. So we publish, I don't care whether it's open access or not. I said yesterday you have the Tantalus torture that machines cannot read narrative anyway. So if we talk equity, I include machines. We should also speak machine language, not only languages of people that are not so powerful, but machines should understand what we do. And today, look at it. The train is an algorithm. First, it gets data, which a narrative that is horrible for a machine, like RDF is for us. Then there is mostly a paywall. If it gets into the article, the most important information is in tables and figures that it cannot understand anyway, unless they are nano-publication based. Then there is a link to the supplementary data, which is, as I said yesterday, the second most worst invention after the journal impact factor. And if you're lucky, the link still works and you get to data you cannot understand. That's the current situation. And SciELO should at least not do that and find a better way to publish data and articles separately but hyperlinked. So here I put one advice. Of course, this is a nano-publication in a way and nobody can understand it. So what it actually says is SciELO should commit to XML and RDF. So no literals where you can put a concept identifier, even for the concept footnote or title or author, but also for the scientific concepts in the text. And if you then put that into something like River Valley, I'm not making any suggestion you should use that, but maybe, you can generate any language, anything, as long as the concepts are connected in the RDF. So XML plus RDF will give the downstream process completely automated. Everything is machine processable, multilingual, and it can be in any format you want. That's what machines are good at. You want RDF, you want HTML, PDF, whatever, that's fine. So I want to make a little plug for an article that Jan Veltrop and Eric both spoke here today, this meeting. And they proposed this academic publishers implementation network of those publishers that want to make a change, okay? And essentially, the picture is too small, but it's a bit complicated anyway. The three major points in that article that all publishers should do, and SciELO could lead it, is all admin metadata, so author, time, date, seminar, all the things that you put on top of the article, like here, the DOI, should be in nano-publications and therefore fully fair and machine readable. But also the new scientific claims. What is the actual claim you make in this article? Could be more than one. We have examples where they make 15 million claims, but they can only be in the data. That will also warn against predatory publishing, because they have no news or is wrong, or they have no incentive to be better findable and so on. And the data could be published anywhere and should be associated with a permalink, which should findable by themselves, by machines and people, independent from the article, not hidden behind some narrative or in a link on page 5 that then leads to an icon of PDF or something like that. So those are the three things that I think are very important to do. And we can then, in fact, you can publish all these approaches in Fair Connect, which is entirely nano-publication based. And we always say now that is actually doing fair correct. You know? So I think that if SciELO does that, it will be the heaven for science. Thank you.
Please, Jessica.
Thank you. All right, first things first here. Okay, so I unfortunately don't have nearly as many cartoons. I have 0 cartoons, but I do want to highlight a few ideas about the future of open access. And the first is that, as many other presenters have said, it's so inspiring to be here to celebrate the anniversary of SciELO, because coming from the environment in the United States, it shows me that there's a future where there is open access, and I think that we're far behind in the U.S. I think in many ways, but I do think that there's an opportunity now with the Nelson memo to catch up with this, and we need to go further than just making free access. We also need open access. And I think it's also essential that we figure out a model for diamond open access that can really scale. Now, I'm not an economist, but I do think that this is a problem. I know it must be a hard problem, but it is one that is so important to solve for the sake of equity. And I do want to talk a little bit also about preprints. Alicia had mentioned Plan U. I love preprints, in case you don't know already. I think that preprints are fantastic. I think that mandating and requiring preprints can be a very positive thing. But I don't think that preprints in the context of a paywalled journal ecosystem are enough. Because we need peer review to be open, we need the assessments to be open, and there are now many journals that prohibit researchers from updating their preprints. And they do this just by threatening to reject the articles. And so the authors in these journals only upload the first version they submit. So I think that there is a risk, even though we know that most preprints do not completely change, people need to have confidence that they are reading the most up-to-date version of a paper. And so I think that rather than focusing on just preprints, we need preprints plus open peer review. So to create this dynamic open access model that is rapid, that is versioned, that has open peer review, so that there can be conversation flowing freely between authors, reviewers, and readers. And so that participation in this peer review is more open, so that it's not only the early career researchers who are being left out, but many other people are not being invited to peer review currently in the current system. And there's a lot of expertise that is being left on the table. And so by moving to a model that is a bit more open, that enables people to participate, to self-nominate in addition to invited reviewers, to have editors, to have different forms of review working together, I think that that can be much more flexible. Furthermore, the amount of review that every paper needs might be different. A highly controversial paper that is going to be very interesting and covered by journalists might need a really rapid and thorough review by a lot of experts. Whereas it could be that a paper that is of more specialty interest needs a different level of review. And furthermore, there's more flexibility to be gained here too. For example, peer reviewers can cover, right now, are being asked to review the entirety of a paper. But as papers become more interdisciplinary in certain fields, it's becoming more and more unreasonable to expect a single reviewer to be able to understand and comment on a whole paper. At the same time, there's all of these people reading papers and having ideas and opinions that is getting thrown away. So or I should say, not shared with the community. So we really, I think, need to have an ability to capture sentiments, ideas on a part of a paper. And this is just one of the kinds of new models of peer review that can be experimented with in a more open system. And I think that also with peer review being open, we will be able to do the kind of studies that Timothy alluded to earlier this morning, trying to understand what is really working and what's the most effective way. I want to address the question looking to the future, and I really love Brand's vision, and I think that right now most researchers in my field are very focused, or the fields that I was trained in, are focused on creating a narrative and creating a paper. And I think that for the human brain, which loves telling stories, I mean, aren't we all just primates around a campfire sharing stories with one another? I think that that is going to continue to be important for people. But maybe our narratives and our stories can evolve over time and be derived from the data and the nano-publications as well. So I would suggest also that preprints or some other kind of versioned article, if we want to abandon the term preprint at some point, so be it, but a versioned article that we've been calling preprints in progress. So it's a paper that you will update over time as your research, as your scholarship evolves, that is linked up to the data that forms the basis. So the idea of moving away from a single point of publication and instead creating a network of all these different research objects that's evolving over time. That is something that I would love to see happen in the longer term. And I'll yield the rest of my time for more discussion. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, two of the speakers are going to give me each 2 minutes because they stopped earlier. So, okay, and I'm going to use those 2 minutes to try and connect my computer. Yes, please. Right here? Yes, please. Yes, just let me. See, does that work? Yeah. Let me go back. So, like a good student, which I was once upon a time, you know, talking about the future is something very dangerous. I mean, if you look at these predictions in 1900, what the year 2000 would look like, I mean, we all laugh, right? I mean, so luckily we were only asked to look 5 to 10 years in the future, so that I think is feasible, even if it's still dangerous. So we were asked to answer 2 questions. Sorry. 2 questions, namely, what advantage should occur in teams such as open access, and how should equity, diversity, and inclusion indicators evolve? So I'll try to talk to those issues. First, I think open access has to become the default. I think we all agree on that, but it's not just about open access. It really has to be about equitable open access. No fees for readers or authors. As far as I'm concerned, that's the future that I would like to live in. And it also has to be community-driven open access, namely scholarly communities should control publication and dissemination of all the research outputs. Why is that? Because for the last 30 years, we gave away our rights, not only our author rights, but also the control over the journals and over the decisions and over the composition of the editorial boards to commercial entities whose only aim was to make money and profits, and I think that was wrong, and it's an aberration in the history of academic publishing, and we have to set it right. So the only way to do that, I think, is to develop what we now call Diamond Open Access, but Diamond Open Access basically is basically publishing as it was always done. I mean, when you look at the history of academic publishing, before 40 years ago, it was in the hands of the academic community, and publishers were actually only printers. I mean, you know, if I look at the journal that I used to edit, Lingua, in 1949, you know, that was the journal of two professors, and they used a printer in The Hague as a service provider, as we now would say, as a service provider to distribute the journal. And that was it. And that's the situation we have to go back to. So Diamond is actually the classical way of doing things. So Diamond Open Access is a worldwide distributed infrastructure, of course, which shares values, practices, tools, and guidelines. So we have to federate. That's, I think, the example I take away from SciELO and from Like America, and I think this is something that we need to do as well. It exists in Europe as well. You know, Open Edition in France, and the Finnish journals and Croatian journals have that kind of federation, but we need to organize that in a worldwide fashion. Of course, in respect of the diversity of epistemic traditions and regional traditions, I mean, you know, we don't have to do all exactly the same thing, but we need to unite in the same way that commercial publishers, global companies. I think Diamond Open Access should be a global infrastructure rooted in the academic community. Okay, so that's the future I'd like to see. Of course, open access to publications is not enough. We have to have open peer review. We need access to the entire scholarly discussion. What does that mean? Well, there's a number of challenges there, right? I mean, I heard this morning in the session about open peer review. In larger communities like biology or chemistry, this is less of a problem because, you know, you don't know who you're going to be reviewed by. And so open peer review is not a problem because if John Smith on the other side of the world is reviewing you, what do you care? But in smaller communities like mine, for instance, in social sciences and humanities, that is a problem because we sometimes have very small communities, and there the power differentials between the reviewer and the author are quite big. And if all reviews are signed, then, you know, you run the risk of running into this mighty professor who decides about your career at the next conference, who then, you know, comes after you, like one of the people who mentioned this morning comes after you to say, what did you were wrong about my paper, and so on and so forth. So we have to manage it very carefully. I think there's ways of doing that. We can do anonymous open peer review. I mean, there's various ways of managing that system. I think these challenges can be overcome. I'm just saying, there as well, we should respect the differences in epistemic traditions, and this is something I've discussed with Jessica before. This is really something where we need to think very carefully what this means for various communities in various disciplines. So open peer review, yes, but let's think it through. A Coara working group on rewarding open peer review has been set up, that I'm actually leading that group, and why would we not value a review as a contribution in its own right equal to the article? That's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, but that's what universities should do. If we know that publications are not possible without review, that means that the review, and I'm an editor, the review is really just as valuable as the article itself. It makes an essential contribution to the article, and we should recognize that. We should move away from a world where the only thing that is valued is publishing papers and bringing in money, as it is today. Crazy system. So in addition to that, Coalition S actually has listened to people like SF Bio and others who claim, and Plan U, who said, well, you know, we need access to research faster. So we'll soon launch an initiative called Responsible Publishing that promotes community-driven post-publication peer review. So really publish the preprint first, then organize the peer review, and then have curation services on top of that. But this kind of responsible publishing has to be embedded in Diamond. It has to be community-driven. So that is the condition that we place on it. So that is the world that we want to move towards in the next 5 years of Coalition S. Open data, of course, well, Byron knows much more about that than I, but, you know, they have to be fair, they have to be approved by an institutional ethics committee, they have to be in line with the Declaration of Helsinki about human subjects. Journals, but journals are important. I'm an editor, and I think journals are important. Byron may disagree, but I think journals are important because they are communities, but journals should also have policies, should have explicit data policies, and that if they have explicit data policies that have these kind of features, then the articles properly become, at least now, portals to the data that are behind them. For instance, we at my journal, we require experimental papers to have their data openly available. Otherwise, we don't even take the paper into consideration. We don't send it out for review. So the data have to be fair, they have to be approved by an ethics committee, they have to be accessible on a website, and then we make sure that they have a DOI of their own. Equity, diversity, and inclusion, very quickly, I still have a minute and 16, 15, 14 seconds. Journals should have equity, diversity, and inclusion policies. Again, I think I'm a strong believer in policies for journals. Policies on bias-free language. Policy requires authors to state whether research data are sensitive to the usual indicators, and also a gender equity plan. Gender equity plan that guarantees the composition of the board is equitable. I think there may be a problem there. We don't want to make that too granular. I think, you know, it's easy to go overboard there. I think we should really think how granular that diversity should be. Because it's easy enough to make, you know, a gender balance, but how do you know what gender someone is these days, right? It's not so easy, actually. I mean, we tried to do, there was a project started in linguistics to evaluate editorial boards, and then the question was, well, are you really going to ask that person what gender they are? Is that really a reasonable question? So, you know, what kind of gender are we going to count? Biological gender, social gender? These are serious questions that we need to address, and I don't think they have a simple answer today. Finally, I have 5 seconds left. Finally, of course, accessibility. You know, how make your website accessible? That is a serious question. So you have to have accessibility standards applied, you have to have contact information for problems and so on. So these are things you need to think about. And then finally, part of equity, diversity, and inclusion is, of course, also multilingualism, namely abstract should be in 2 languages, allowing for publishing in different languages, multilingual websites, integrate machine translation tools when possible, metadata available in English for non-English publications. So these are things that we can do already. I'm not even talking 5 to 10 years now, but this is what an ideal journal should look like. And this is also what we are trying to do for the Diamond journals in the Diamos project going forward. And so that is certainly something that will be realized in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Bom, agradeço aos meus colegas porque
Well, thank you. I think that was a wonderful summary of what was discussed in the last few days. This meeting signaled, to a certain extent, some of our issues. I think we have more questions than answers, though. And I think what I can do is to add to this vision and also raise a few questions. When we think about future perspectives, I always get inspired by Professor Amilcar Ejeda's quote. He's one of the founders of the department that Sergio belongs to, DPCT in Unicamp. In the 70s, against a perspective vision of the future from the Roman Club that saw zero growth as a way of overcoming that environmental crisis that was announced then, led a different perspective called the Bariloche model, considering technology perspectives for Latin America not based only on extrapolations of the present, because it showed severely disadvantageous perspectives for countries that were further away from the decision centers in international geopolitics. But they considered alternative scenarios from a normative perspective. What do we want to be, and how do we get there? What do we want to build? So I think that that's an interesting way of doing it, because evidently predicting the future and any future predictions that we have had, and this was said before, have failed, especially in historical crossroads where the speed of change makes us feel like we are in the middle of a storm. And it also makes us frustrated because the speed of change is also accompanied by a slowness in adopting new behaviors. I think this event has shown signals of that. The technical base is changing, but there's a number of cultural changes, behavioral changes that might not be keeping up with what we would like. So what is this scenario? In what context are we consider the future of open and citizen science. We also heard that we have a global scenario with major challenges, a major crisis that is not only environmental, but social and environmental. And it's global, but it has unequal consequences for different regions and social segments. So equity and inclusion agendas are a part of finding solutions. And that's why open science needs to have it in its agenda. We also need to think about things in context. We have global movements, global challenges, but there is a need to think from the perspective of differences between regions and groups. The role of science is greater, but there are also disputes on scientific narratives. Some of them are legitimate. Science states that there is no single truth, but we also have fake news, fake science, and so on. Open science is also a part of this discussion. It's an explosion of information, data, scientific production, and this creates new conditions for visibility, but it also renders some invisible. Out of the new technical bases, we see that science is now going into platforms, and this is not completely transparent. That's also one of the biggest challenges we face. Elinor Ostrom, who won the Nobel Prize for Economics, talked about the problem of the commons and the problems of common knowledge. What she says is that common goods are at risk. They are at the risk of being subtracted, at the risk of suffering from free riders, opportunists, and this is also one of the challenges of open science. To what extent are we really making information more available, and culturants and data? To what extent do they run a risk of being appropriated and exploited? Sharing and socializing information is a beauty, and that should be maintained and kept. This is one of the biggest challenges that we're facing currently, and they will definitely be deeper, especially as we see that, again, the technical basis for it offers great opportunities. Artificial intelligence is one of them, but they also offer many risks. So it is imperative to think about new protocols, new ways of controlling what is done socially with this agenda and this change in technical base.
And this is what we say also in terms of the different infrastructures. So we can see that open science, citizen-based science will be expanded, and the future will be based on the dispute around these different arrangements, and then the different policies will also be essential. When Professor Makovich spoke about the diversity, this is something that is going to be more and more relevant, bringing other stakeholders to the debate, other areas and spaces and opportunities for the production of knowledge. And we will be dealing with the new challenges of open science. How can we incorporate all of this in our production, co-production systems? How can we bring in this heterogeneity of different stakeholders? How can we measure this? Also, distribute resources. And then one of the important things is that we need to break our bubble. This is another agenda altogether. This is a community of people and groups that believe and want to advocate for open science, but we see that when we go to other areas outside and inside the world of science, the challenges are there, but they have not been overcome. And I'm not here preaching or simply meaning that we have to go against some behaviors for the purpose of resistance. It's important for us to be careful, to pay attention. What are the questions being asked, and under what conditions are we having this opening of science? Our community has to open its own bubble, listen to these questions, have an open dialogue to determine what mechanisms should be developed so that the opening of science will allow everyone to feel like they're part of this movement. And then in the second round, we'll continue this conversation. Well, I wanted to thank you during this first round. I mentioned 2 topics here, but other questions have come in for the second round.
A different question now for the second round, yeah? Because you have already discussed the 2 ones somehow.
So that we have a bias-free future and fees-free future, which is very open with open access to publications, so that science will perhaps go back to its role of a public asset. Economists divide assets into 4 categories: commons, mentioned by Sarita, semi-public assets, public, private ones, and premium assets. And for us to evolve towards different directions, I have 2 more questions. Do you have the translation device?
Okay. Do you understand? Great. A primeira é como.
So the first question is, how can these big databases and companies such as Digital Science, Clarifage, and so on and so forth, how can they in 15 years have absorbed the open science topic? So how should they move on with this? He's asking if you understood the question, but it's very difficult because he says one sentence in English and the other one in Portuguese, which makes it very difficult for us as interpreters.
Companies, Digital, Clarivate, and Elsevier, etc., how they will absorb the theme of open science, because they will not wait for us, okay? They are moving on. To which direction are they moving now? And what we are expected to see in 15 years? This is the first question. And the second question is about the idea of community-driven. I suspect this should be more detailed. I'm moving from this another mic. The second question is the idea of community-driven. The community, the scientific community owning the publications, owning communication, should be more detailed. I'm not sure if this is one thing that we should. Why this kind of trajectory will make science more open than it is nowadays? It must be explained because the community is not that open, okay? So these are the 2 questions, and I go now directly to Brand, yeah? Brand, yeah?
Yeah, let me address the first question first. I think we should prevent, with everything in us, that we create the same situation around data that we have for papers, okay? And we should also probably abandon the bloody term paper. We don't make papers anymore. Articles, maybe, but not papers. And also, nobody ever cites a paper. You cite a claim in the paper, and the paper serves the peer review why you would believe that claim. So I think there's two things that we have to avoid in the future. I'm not predicting the future, but you can at least say what you should not do. And that is, don't ask money for data. That's almost unethical. You cannot even own data. You can own databases and added value. And visit the data that I said yesterday, because we already showed in Vote on Africa that an African researcher can create a small algorithm on his smartphone, send it by 5G around the world, and he gets exactly the same answer as I get from Leiden or from Harvard. Because the algorithm is tiny, the data are petabytes. So if we allow the biggies to confiscate these databases and start asking a lot of money for them, we should have fair and equitable access to data. And we should also, coming to your second question, take the peer review process not only to papers. We were just saying we also need preprints of nanopublications of your claims. And then people can say, do I believe that? And now, if you allow me to give one example, the famous triple, hydroxychloroquine treats COVID, was published in The Lancet. So we have the first nanopublication of that triple. Then there is now 10,000, but many of them are negations, blah, 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 blah. We have that only once in the graph, the knowledge graph. Now you can click it, because it has its own identifier, and you say ORCID contests triple. You can have 800 nanopublications in a day of very credible scientists saying, forget it, this is not true. There's still 2 ORCIDs, they don't have an ORCID that still believe it, but even machines would then be able to say, that's no longer true. So updating claims and nanopublications rather than necessarily always changing the narrative, because the narrative is 90% description of how you did it, why we would believe it, your material methods, that's probably going to stay the same with some comments. So peer review on actual scientific claims is what we have to do as a community. And then we take back the scientific knowledge production in our own hands, and we don't leave it to, money makers.
Good. Perfect. So I think these are incredibly important questions, and I love this terminology biggie for the publishers, and I do think it is incredibly important that we find better ways to address all of the problems created by a profit motive in publishing. And I think this applies to commercial publishers. It can even apply to some nonprofit society publishers in the United States who operate with a profit motive as well. And I think probably some of the best work that I'm aware of in this space are the principles for open scholarly infrastructure that I believe were originally articulated by Jennifer Lin and Cameron Nayland and others, that we need to pay more attention to governance, to the forkability, so being able to create a copy, that the infrastructure is open source, that there's actually incentives to wind down an organization when it's no longer necessary that it exists, to create a plan to make the work of the organization more important, to prioritize the needs of the whole of society above the continued existence of a singular organization. And I think that there really, ideally, would be more decisive pressure from funders and from institutions in favoring these kind of organizations that are open infrastructure. Because researchers, I think, are just, it's a little bit like the question of licensing. One of my a colleague researcher is like, oh, licenses, that's alphabet soup. You know, it's just a bunch of letters. What does it mean? I think that a lot of these issues are not things that researchers necessarily want to engage with. And so I do think that this question of prioritizing infrastructure is something that needs to be done at a very high level. And on the question of community publishing, I do think that that term is something that is also a little bit vague. You know, like what do we mean exactly by community publishing? I think that probably a lot of it is publishing by organizations that adhere to these open principles, that do not have a profit motive at the core, that are that have governance by the community. And so I think governance is a huge problem, a huge question that is, you know, certainly there's, you know, for example, preprint servers that are operating by nonprofits and they have advisory boards, but are they really truly governed by the community, and is that efficient thing to do? So, right, I think that we really need to invest more time thinking about governance and other ways to ensure that infrastructure remain open.
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah, about data and where Elsevier and Clarivate are going, I mean, where they're going, I think is very clear. I mean, they want to make us pay through the nose for the data. And if we're not careful, that is what we're going to do, right? I mean, but there is pushback, right? I mean, we see pushback also from, for instance, as you know, the Elsevier has concluded a deal with Germany for open access, the transformative agreement. What people don't know is that Elsevier pushed very, very hard to also have the data that were attached to the articles, and the transformative agreement explicitly does not include that. So clearly there is an awareness at various levels now that this is as far as it goes, you know. I mean, we will pay, yes, we will pay 45 million because that's the cost of the deal with Elsevier, but we will not give you the data. So there is at least that awareness now, I think, which was not there, I think, 5 years ago, Barend, I think it's fair to say. So there is pushback from the community, and I think that's also good for community-driven open access. Yes, we need to, exactly like Jessica said, we need to invent how that should be done, right? I mean, we need to reinvent these structures. The governance, also ownership. What does that mean, ownership, for instance? I mean, how, for instance, one of the things that I had to think about with my journal is, how do you make sure that the journal cannot be sold? I mean, every week now, I get offers from companies to buy Glossa. And, you know, the highest bid I have ever had is 500,000 euros. If you think about it, it's nothing, because, you know, that journal could generate, you know, if you ask a 3,000 euro APC for 100 papers a year, that's 300,000 right there a year, right? So I made sure that it cannot be sold by making sure that it's in division, right? So there's no single person that owns it. The title is owned by one, so it's divided into neat ownership and what they call in French usufruit. So so it's like when you have a house, right? When one spouse dies and the other one can continue to live in the house, but the house in fact belongs to the kids. That's a kind of indivision. So you make sure that the journal's ownership is in division, and then you can never sell it. That's one way of doing it. Can never be sold. So these are the things that you need to think about. How do we make sure that things belong in the community, and that, you know, not some crazy editors down the line will sell their journal to commercial entities, which happens a lot. I mean, in many countries we know that, you know, journals were built as diamond journals in the community and then were sold to a publisher. We should not allow that, and these are things we have to think about. These are not self-evident things in this day and age. We need to reinvent what community-driven means. That's I think the task before us. I'm just giving this as one example.
Bom, eu acho que a gente pode lembrar onde
Well, I think that we should go back to the origin for the movement of open access, because the scientific communities are aware that whatever circulates, the more it improves, but then there is an artificial closure with different mechanisms of intellectual property, And at the end of the day, these large publishers are based on this business model. Today, there's a huge discussion on the internet. This is how the internet started to begin with. Also, free softwares. They were one of the ones who inspired the use of open science. And internet itself is being privatized more and more. So the first thing has to do with the political struggles. We have data showing that one of the indicators that open access is still not totally in force. We have some papers demonstrating this. We have a black market. This is a horrible market, but we have the green one, the gold one, whatever it is. We can also call it pirate, the pirate pathway. Anyway, I think that hacking is a tool. It is a tool where we defy this artificial closure. And of course, we have a political dimension of the different policies, and more we have policies favoring citizen-based science. We have incentives, requirements, and today, including open access, is not enough. When you talk about open access, we always discuss it. We have different models, different fees for the processing of manuscripts, transformative agreements, diamond access. What lies behind this is who is going to pay for it. This is one of the aspects that movements for the opening of science will have to face. The president of CAPES in Brazil was concerned when they demonstrated that they acknowledged the importance for diamond access, and she asked, who is going to pay for this? Are the agencies going to do it, or aren't they going to pay for it anyway, and we will end up having to pay for the fees, for the processing fees? There is another international negotiation going on, and we should consider how we divide these costs. Our conditions are not equal, and perhaps these costs should be distributed internationally, and this is something that we could consider. Policies are interesting on one hand, but then on the other hand, we talked a lot about learning, about experimentation. This is a moment for innovation, and policies are at risk of making this very rigid. I have frequently talked about this. We cannot kill our golden eggs chicken. Sometimes policies tend to make everything a little bit too strict. We should establish some barriers and consider that these policies should be developed bottom up as far as possible. And this is something I mentioned in the first part of my presentation. We have also discussed how we can incorporate this in the practices of our agencies. So it's not only a matter of signing these documents and these large agreements, but how we can put them into practice. This is another challenge altogether. And how do we practice this? We also talked about metrics. What metrics can be rescued? In the past table, when we talked about inclusion, what new metrics, what new forms of assessment will be required so that we can incorporate very important principles? We have to be careful so that we do not go back to what we are going through now. Consider or elaborate metrics that cannot be used, or having parameters that are not as horizontal as we wanted them to be. Another thing, from in the beginning of the movement for open access, we discussed a crisis of journals. We are going through a new crisis. We have to think about the new forms of scientific communication that are there, and how will journals live with these new forms, with so many possibilities, adapt themselves so that they can cope with all of these very challenging changes. All of this is posed by our struggle towards open access. Okay, well, I thank you very much. And I think I have more questions, actually. And we can now open the floor for the audience. This would be a good idea before we polarize too much here on the podium. So, do we have any questions?
Have the right to do that because they don't pay reviewers. So I think we have a real cause here for some civil disobedience or whatever, and not doing that and really updating our preprints. I certainly do. So I don't think they have a cause there.
I completely agree with you, but I think that researchers are so they so desperately need, I think, these to be published in these journals, that they are afraid of going against these policies. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe there's some way that we can get leverage from funders and institutions to help change the policies. Absolutely.
Tem uma pergunta aqui que veio.
We have an online question from Hugo da Silva Carlos. In the context of machine-assisted open science, how can we include the so-called invisible participants in this process, such as librarians, postgraduates, who often work as volunteers? Does the whole, or actually the whole system is very dense, and it is a research area in itself. Are we being fair in scientific communication?
Very good question. First of all, let's say I will answer the question on the volunteers. I would call them data stewards, and that are not just librarian types. I hate the term support personnel. In modern machine-assisted science era, data stewards should already sit next to me when I'm an experimental scientist. I'm a biologist myself, to prevent me from messing up my metadata, first of all, not reporting which machines are used for what, and you know, so nowadays scientists go to their data stewards, that's my general term, when it's too late. They already messed up their data and now we can, you know, rescue them. So my point has been forever since the EOSC, we need to spend 5% of our research budget for data stewardship, on average. Very data-intensive projects, maybe 10. So no funder has to spend 1 cent extra, okay? But for every 20 data spitters like me, you need a full-time professional data steward. That's one. The second thing I would propose here is to very critically review when we use the term open. I remember a tweet from SciELO 20 when I was here. I forgot who did it. Said, I usually agree with Barend, but no, this open access, because I said open access is just another business model. That's 5 years ago. Well, you see what happened. That's never what John intended, and other people. So if you say open science, there's now more than 200 definitions of open science. And the term open, I hate the term by now, because my doctors say I cannot help, I cannot join because my data cannot be open. It's patient data. Well, fair is not the same as open, you know. And as I said yesterday, people hear free, as in gratuit. Open data is very expensive. Who's going to pay for it? If you want to keep data in a high-performance reusability environment to be visited, it's 10 times more expensive than storing them. Here's your library again. So data stewards are critical, 5%, and you won't get your money anymore unless you budget 5% of your budget for data stewardship. Okay? So that's the only way to get out of this. So I propose the term fair and equitable science instead of open science, because then people cannot say, open science is second-rate science. That's what my big shots, the silverbacks, say in Leiden. You know, these open science people, second-rate. No, fair as in findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable, fully AI-ready, and fair as it really means fair and equitable. So everyone can access knowledge the same way, no matter where you are in the world, even machines. I'm repeating myself, but that's very important. We need data stewards.
Very well, a good proposition. Mais perguntas?
I'm going to skate on some very thin ice here. I have been told, and I'm sure that the person who told me is knowledgeable about that, who the real owners are of the larger publishing companies, the commercial publishing companies. Lo and behold, very much is owned by pension funds catering specifically to academics and librarians. So there is this movement of pension funds to actually push them in the direction of divesting fossil fuels. Maybe something similar should happen in this area. Your reactions, please.
John, that's a bit of schizophrenic as well, another deadly embrace. Because if the publishers fail, the pensions of the librarians are not being paid.
No, they should just move to a different pension fund.
Mais questões?
Any other questions?
You want to?
Okay. I personally don't think publishers should die or anything. I mean, or move away. I don't think they should be publicly, they should not be on the stock market or anything, and they should not be making 30% profits. But I think publishers have a valuable role. I mean, not the big publishers, but because we always talk about big 4 or 5, right? But there are hundreds of small publishers out there that make 6-7% profit a year, that do wonderful things, especially in social sciences and humanities, that make critical editions in their own offices, you know, and that really make a crucial contribution to the scholarly process. And we never talk about those. We always talk about the big, nasty ones, right? I mean, because it's also an easy target. So I don't want publishers to go away. I want them to become service providers. You know, they are very good at copy editing, typesetting, things like critical editions. They have a lot of experience there. They have submission systems. So, I mean, even in Diamond, I don't think that we should do everything ourselves. I mean, I don't want to be copy editing every article in Glossa. I mean, you know, or typeset it. Open Library of Humanities pays a company in India for that, and there's no dishonor in that. I mean, they pay a fair price. It's a contract that can be stopped at any time. And that's fine, I think, you know, as long, but the thing is, Open Library of Humanities controls the journals. We control the content. We control what gets published, how editorial boards are formed, what the kind of decisions are we take, what best practices are, what policies we take and do not take. And no publishing company is going to tell us what to do. And that's the issue. The issue is really the autonomy and the sovereignty. Fernanda, I think, will agree with me. The autonomy and the sovereignty of the academic community in deciding what gets published. Of course, you can get services for that. I mean, you know, it's the same here. We are here in a hotel, right? I mean, we are not at Abel's house. So this is, not yet, at least. You know, I mean, when we go out and we get coffee, that coffee is paid for, right? I mean, those are services that we rent, and the same is true for academic publishing. There are services that we rent, and there's things that we control. I mean, here, the content of what we say is controlled by ourselves, right? The coffee is paid for. And that's fine. I mean, there's nothing, but we have to have that division, I think, between autonomy and over the content, and sovereignty over the content, and services that we pay for, the way we did 50 years ago, huh? This is not a new system. Jan,
don't be surprised if I totally agree with you. I'm just saying that the larger publishers, the ones that are owned by a lot of shareholders who actually take a lot of money out of the whole system, maybe these shareholders can actually help those large companies moving in the direction that you just pointed out.
Yeah, so, but they can make them honest again, right?
But or move in the direction of service providers to the communities.
Can I ask the chairman to put a question to the audience then? What would happen? Can you predict the future? What would happen if indeed we all take 10 years or 5 years? Let's take 5 years. We only publish in preprints with community peer review, and we only publish in journals that have a reasonable APC, or we don't publish in journals at all. You don't want to kill the small ones, of course. I agree. But what would happen? I'm not only talking about the big publishers or the shareholders running away from making money on us. Think about it. What would happen to knowledge discovery and innovation if we only publish in preprints with community peer review? Can anyone predict what the effect would be? Please.
So why only 5
because
years?
If there is no effect, we don't need those publishers. So
why only 5 years?
Yeah, right. I mean,
well, okay.
I think you're just...
There's no answer. What would happen?
You'll just allow a rich publisher to hibernate for a certain period of time, right? And they'll just wait, right? So, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's got to be more permanent. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Eu acho que não é só uma questão de...
It's not just a business model. We're saying, what does it cost? How much do we pay? But it also has to do with governance about the contents that are produced and how they are evaluated in this so-called science of excellence. So what today is considered as international is very localized with parameters that actually come to us as the parameters to be used. And as Fernanda Bagel said, in the first day in Portuguese, Spanish, and the publisher for us are more commercial publishers, but we have other models here in Latin America. And there is a very significant implication on the sovereignty of the type of value that is taken into account in terms of international science. This is part of the discussion. Transparency also, and the inclusion of the different shareholders, the costs, all of this must be part of our discussion on open science models. As said here before, we do not mean to exclude the possibility of having business models and commercial publishers. It is much more checking what is done. The profits are huge, but they also have a direct implication on the type of science that we produce and that we support. Bell? Well, I have a question. Here in Brazil, and probably in other countries as well, we have a national policy applied by a system called Qualis. It determines or defines or determine where systems should publish. There is a ranking on these journals. So if you work at a specific department, you have to check where you must publish your papers or your manuscripts. And so according to where you produce, you will score points to be evaluated by your university department. So what is the degree of freedom that a researcher has to determine these things, except in a radical solution like you suggested?
And our government, because we cannot do it alone, and you cannot do it as Brazil. It's like climate change. We have to do it all. So I would say, let's start a Greenpeace against abuse in publishing, and say, we refuse to do ABC. People block the roads now against combustion engines in the Netherlands. They chain themselves to the street. Why don't we do that? We are as guilty as everyone because we keep saying, I want to publish in Nature, all the others shoot somewhere. I want to go to Nature. That is what keeps us in prison.
Greetings, panel.
Abel, eu acho que isso acho que foi grande ponto
Well,
de discussão,
Abel,
né?
this is an
da
important point of
resistência da
discussion because
pesquisadora,
we
do
talk
pesquisador,
about
mas nós
the
sabemos que nós
resilience
estamos
of
encerrados nesse todo
investigators,
sistema,
but we know
e
that
aí
we are wrapped
tendemos
up
todos
in a whole
a tentar
system and we all
simplificar,
tend
né?
to
Como
simplify
avaliar,
things.
como pontuar,
How can we
porque no fundo nós
evaluate?
estamos
How
falando
can we
também
score?
de
Because at the
distribuir
end of the day,
recursos,
we're talking about
prestígio,
distributing
etc.,
resources,
né?
prestige,
Então, acho que a
and
gente
so on
tem
and
que
so
sair dessa
forth.
zona de
We have
conforto,
to
não
get
tem
out of
jeito.
this
Temos que,
comfort
para fazer
zone. There's no
omelete, tem
way
que quebrar os
out.
ovos.
To
Então, a
make an
gente vai
omelette,
ter
you
que
have to break the
abrir mão
eggs.
desses
We will have to
parâmetros
do
que são
away with
são
some of the
pseudamente
parameters
fáceis, né,
that
de
are
pontuar, de
theoretically
comparar
easy to
coisas que são
score,
tão
to
difíceis
compare
de
things that
fazer
are so
e
difficult to
usar
be
outras
compared
ferramentas. Que
and
outras
use
ferramentas eu
other
deixo aí para
tools.
vocês aí,
What
que são
other
os
tools? I leave it
Sim,
up
mas
to
eu
you.
mostrei-
You are the specialists.
Mas eu mostrei uma curva.
I showed you a curve in my initial presentation, a curve on scientific production in journals that are edited nationally, or the so-called community-driven journals. But this is done. But there is another curve that goes up, the IPC increase. It is easy for you to publish in Scientific Report, among others. It's a lot easier than publishing in quality Brazilian journals. For example, the public healthcare journal in Brazil has 25% of rejection, and then the next day the same manuscript is published somewhere else. And Qualis will give a better rating to Prozone than to this Brazilian journal. So I think that we have a problem, an essential problem which is the freedom of the researcher is reduced, and we are surrounded on all sides. We have a national policy, there is a career in place, and so this is, let's put it this way. We have national policies aiming at trying to have an impact, as Professor Jack told us. We have to change this gradually, at least. Otherwise, we will always be stuck here.
Of the rankings. And we are in a system where I think we slowly are getting rid of rankings. Utrecht University, for instance, decided to get out of the world rankings of universities. So again, there is a movement happening there of people, you know, wanting to get rid of ranking. I think Fernanda wants to ask a question. Oh, another question there, sorry.
Hello,
Malavika.
panel. I've been waiting to talk to you. It's
I can
fine.
see you with the lights.
No problem. Greetings, and thank you for your careful and clear and thoughtful presentations. Sarita, I was thinking a little while back, because the conversation moved now, and I agree nothing changes if the research assessment is not reformed, but a little while before you were talking about labels. You know, we talk gold and green and labels like this, and I think these labels, we have to be a bit careful with them. I agree with what you were saying. And I fear that with something like diamond, I mean, if any of you listened to my talk this morning, I didn't use the word diamond at all, but all the thrust was on open access without fees to read and publish. And my fear is that we have to be a bit thoughtful and be very clear about what we mean when we say things, because a broad label like diamond can be co-opted, it can be used for open washing. Perhaps I could see that this gets taken over and it's like a flag that you give to certain companies to do other things with. And thinking about equity and things like that, and this is something OASPA heard also in our equity workshops, if we have a route which is giving us open access for all without fees to read or publish, why do we call it by a name that's even more exclusive than gold? Who can afford a diamond?
Well, diamonds are actually one of the most occurring stones on Earth. It's really, I mean, it's a completely artificial rarity. We know this, right? But jokes aside, I think the problem you raise only arises if you see diamond as a business model, namely no fees for readers and authors. It is not, first and foremost, a business model. It is really about governance. It's really about governance. It's really about who controls scholarly communication, who drives it. And that, for me, is what is called diamond. I mean, it's probably better to move to a term like community-driven and open access, but that's a mouthful, right? And now everybody has rallied around the term diamond, so we can use it for now. Once it becomes a default, we don't have to use it anymore. But it's really not a business model. I think because of, indeed, I mean, you know, free for authors and readers, that also applies to transformative agreements. Yeah.
Yeah, and I take your point, and I just raise this as a note of caution. Sorry, Sarita, please.
No, I'm not against labels and even diamond. I am against the black as the worst, as a pejorative. It's a kind of racist point of view, just like that.
Maybe one more question, and we are in time to finish the table, please.
ahí. Si no hay tiempo, yo puedo dejarlo, no hay problema, ¿eh? ¿No? Simplemente que hay algo que no me convence de... Do you understand Spanish? No. Del planteo de Barn, porque entiendo la... ¿No hay traducción?
I understand. Yes, we're being
Entiendo
translated now.
la intención un poco
I
anárquica
understand
y
the
la
intention
comparto,
that Barron
pero al mismo
had.
tiempo cuando
It's a little bit of
Abel
anarchy.
planteó lo
I
de
agree
Qualis
with
y
it,
surge
but
en la
when
discusión
Abel
y
mentioned
también
Qualis,
Johan dice, bueno, tenemos que hablar con los national funders.
Johan
Yo
said that we
simplemente
need to talk to the
me planteo la
national
comparación con
funders.
Argentina,
So
donde
I
no hay
simply
un Qualis,
wonder.
nosotros no tenemos una
I draw a
clasificación
comparison
nacional
with
de
Argentina.
revistas
We don't have a
y
Qualis.
los
We don't have
investigadores e
a
investigadoras no
national
publican en
classification for
Argentina ni en
journals.
América
And
Latina. Por lo
researchers
tanto,
don't publish
pensemos
in
en dos
Latin
fases.
America.
Una fase es la de
And
corto-mediano plazo.
let's consider two stages.
Si en esa fase de
One would be
corto-mediano
for the
plazo
short and
elimináramos
medium
este
term.
tipo
So in
de
this phase, if
clasificaciones,
we
yo creo
eliminate this
que no
kind of
iríamos a un
classification,
mejor mundo.
I don't think that we would be in a better world. That's why I think it's very similar to when we talk about climate change. It always has to be Brazil or non-ruling countries, right, that have to take care of the planet instead of people who are really responsible for the issue. So my question is, wouldn't it be the moment to think about evaluation should be transnational instead of being held by the big publishers, as they do with impact factors? And if we start a movement like that, then we can see what can be done with national and international devices to help us with that stage. Because if we change in qualis or in institutions, then we'll probably be able to change some practices. But if we were to eliminate all of it, then I think we would be much more unprotected. That's what I had to say. Okay, so I think that's the end of our session. Thank you, everyone, for this great conversation, this great debate. I'm sure that we have more questions about the future than answers, as was expected. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sergio. Please stay on stage. We're going to take a group picture, and everyone else, we're going to have a brief break, and we'll be back at 4. See you then. Good afternoon. Please take your seats. Good afternoon once again. Before we begin, I'd like to inform you, as was said before, that we have a series of tributes for some key people that have made significant contributions to the SciELO network. They're being displayed here on our screens during the breaks, but you can also see them on our website, 25.cielo.org. Now we'll have the second panel on visions of the future, SciELO 25 Plus, discussing the science behind science. What are the research agendas for science with a broader impact? So based on the antecedents and perspectives of initiatives like DORA, CORARA, FOLEC, and others in the same vein, how are measures of excellence designed, and which lines of indicators well accepted? Can important advances be expected in measuring the social, economic, and environmental impacts of research? What indicators should prevail? These are some of the guiding questions that will be debated in this panel. We'd like to invite to the stage Ms. Adriana Being, coordinator of the Laboratory on Research and Innovative Studies at the University of Campinas. She's also a professor there. Ms. Connie McManus, ad hoc consultant for FAPESP, São Paulo, and a professor at the University of Brasilia. Mr. Pedro Luis Pizigatti Correa, a professor of the University of São Paulo. Ms. Germana Barata, Secretary of the Brazilian Association of Scientific Editors, APEC, and scientific journalist and researcher at the Advanced Studies Lab in the University of Campinas. This panel will be chaired once again by Mr. Sergio Luis Monteiro Salles Filho, a professor at the Department of Scientific Policy and Technology in the Institute of Geosciences at the University of Campinas. We'll pass it over to him. Good afternoon once again. Again, I'd like to thank Abel for inviting me to be here. We organized this second session together, and it continues what was started in the previous session to a certain extent. I say that because now we're also focusing on the future, but we're looking at what needs to be studied. Alex said that this table is called the science behind science, or the research behind research, which includes a number of topics which basically mean that we need to study everything that we're discussing. We need to have more evidence and seek greater information, develop methods, create indicators, apply these indicators, work together with fostering agencies, for example, with these indicators. And having the capacity of creating information about who is doing science, to whom, and how. This is going to help us significantly so that, we were saying in the previous panel about governance. So it will help them to govern the system with a good level of information. We change, and we have been changing our perspectives in agencies and journals, which I believe are the main principles, right? There are the two main principles in the research ecosystems. Again, fostering agencies that have money, the journals that are publishing the fruits of a study. They require more and more information. And as researchers, we need to provide them with that information. So the idea here is to bring some information from our four speakers. We were going to have 2 rounds. It didn't work very well during the first panel, but I think the same is going to happen here. We have these 2 questions. We want to know, this is the 10th year of DORA. We have Quara and FOLEC in Latin America and many others. There are similar initiatives. So what we'd like to discuss is how you can measure excellence. What changes in the perception of excellence in science with these questions that are being asked, and the issues in IDEA. What do we need to study? What will we need to know in the future? And of course, to stroke our own, what indicators will we have in the future? And how do we assess the impact of our studies? And impacts can be understood from other dimensions besides just scientific. We can include social, environmental, and so on. So those are the 2 main questions. We'll have a first round. There will be 1 presentation by Connie. Connie prepared a presentation for us. So following this order, first we'll have Professor Adriana Bean, then Connie, then Pedro, and Germana. Hello, thank you for inviting me to be here. Abel, Sergio, I'm very happy to be in this panel. It's a very interesting event, full of ideas. I tried to focus on the two questions asked. So let me start by answering the first one about these new indicators to measure excellence. I think the clear context of these discussions is that there is a limitation on traditional metrics connected to citations, impact factors, and all of the issues raised in that area. So I believe there's a group of indicators that needs to be developed that will be well accepted and that will impact how we measure excellence. So I'm going to start with altimetric indicators. They are complementary to the traditional metrics scientific production, but despite being seen as social impact, I like to think of them as a proxy for the dissemination of information in other means besides journals. So how is our scientific production reverberating, mentioned on social media, blogs, news websites, and public policies? I think this is a specifically important aspect. It has been increasingly used. The connection between scientific production and mentions in policies. The indicators for that have been growing. Bases have been growing as well. We recently had a base called Overton, which really strikes that connection and looks at scientific production in political documents. And there's an interesting topic for research here, which is trying to create this correlation between science, public policy, by means of the number of mentions, but other pathways as well. And these pathways haven't been completely mapped. So I think that we have to make an effort for that. There's a second block of indicators connected to this discussion on excellence, which measure disruption and innovation. They have been appearing more frequently. This has made waves in the scientific community, so ways of measuring what is innovative and disruptive. And there's a group of indicators that aren't yet what they need to be, because a part of it is associated to the degree of disruption, and this can be tracked with citations. There are many factors for an article to have a citation. We have indicators that use keywords and new keywords. And I think that we are still developing indicators to measure the degree of how innovative a study is. And we also have to look at the consistency between these different measures. I don't think that is clear yet. The third group of indicators, I would see how they are related to sustainable development goals. So how we can connect studies to sustainable development goals. Now, funding agencies are starting to make this connection. Some bases, like Overton, have documents on policies, and they try to strike that connection, but they're basically connected to queries that combine words that have to do with the S1, 2, and 3, and put in a publication. My research topic here is, or my question about this is how consistent this is. If something is being classified for ODS2, and if there's a publication classified as DS4, how much do these measures, how much are they consistent to each other? And how do they connect to the researcher's intention when he wrote a paper? It's easy to look at hunger and say, you know, this is ODS1. But how much do these elements really internalize the concept when the study is created? There's a fourth block here, which I believe is very interesting, and this was discussed here. Diversity, gender diversity especially, is an issue that should advance. We need to build indicators for it. We need to collect data because it is also an increasingly important indicator to think about excellence in research. And to characterize scientific production in terms of diversity and gender, we need indicators, but we also need them to measure research initiatives that give privilege to these things. So the Sarah Pirella Institute has a diversity bonus for their researchers. What's the impact of that? How do you measure it? How do you measure it for research and for researchers themselves? And then one final block, it's not really an indicator, but it's an important topic for discussion related to the biases in peer reviewing and trying to understand how alternative peer reviewing methods and also alternatives to peer review can contribute to reduce these different biases. So those were my points for that first question. Right on time.
We have 10 seconds.
FAPESP is doing a little bit, we've come through a hard times, but that doesn't mean that we don't need to change. There's been a lot of questions about social impact, about the policies, the necessity for the humanities, the use of public resources. We know that SciELO is a success. Congratulations, Abel and all the team for all the work that's been done. But that doesn't mean that we're satisfied and that things aren't going to change. It's also produced a family, and therefore we have to also give support to that family so the family can grow as well. FAPESP has been financing SciELO for a long time and will continue to finance, but we want that it becomes national. We want that for SciELO to be a full-grown, we don't want to kick it out of the house, but we want to make sure that it can support itself. So therefore, we're going to have a look and see how we can improve financing and governance, but we don't want to mix with the structure and operating procedures. So therefore, looking at how we can create a management system with a new governance, maybe creating a social organization. With FAPESP, we'll continue financing, but how to attract other financing so that it can expand and become on more solid ground. And so we're talking to CAPS, FINEPI, Beach, IPEA, CONFAPS, Embrapa, Fiocruz, and others, how we're going to do that. We're going to start that now. But for that too, we also need to support the publishers and the authors. Institutionalization of the journals, looking to be more professional. I know that a lot of journals are alone. Payment of APCs abroad. I don't know if you know, but when you pay an APC, the money is deposited in your account as a researcher, and when you pay abroad, you actually pay tax on that APC. So you get an account. Some people actually get not only 27.5% income tax, but then another 11% of IOP. So we have to stop that. And journals, we have journals that require 100% of the authors to be members of an association to be published with that. So those are things for us to discuss. And then for us to improve, we need to see where we get the information from. We have hundreds of sources of information that is freely available or not. So we have, for example, Exali, Scopus, Web of Science, Google Scholar, SciVal, Insights. Sucopira has a huge amount of information. One quarter of the information on Sucopira is about journals and articles published. We have 3/4 of the information is about other information on scientific production. We have other non-academics, such as Impact Story, Plum Altimetrics, and others such as Tenzing. Does anybody know what Tenzing is? I asked this the other day in another, nobody knew. You know that credit information that you put, the taxonomy for the credit? So Tenzing is a method that where you use that to evaluate personas about what their participation is, because Tenzing was one of the explorers that went up Everest. So that's what Tenzing is. We have RNC, Registro Nacional de Cultivares, INPE, Overton, I think was mentioned, WIPO, and others. So all of that information can help us to evaluate research and to make sure that we have more sources of information. There are a lot of things that are wrong. These are 2 evaluations of the same person. He's a researcher in the PUC do Rio Grande do Sul. On the left-hand side is SciELO, and you see he has 8 papers and an impact factor of 0.26 with 13 citations. In Google Scholar, he has 28,000 citations. So our evaluations really depend on our source of information, on what we're looking for. I'll just say he's a judge, or he's a desembargador, and he writes a lot of books, and a lot of his books are used when you have sentences within the tribunal, so that's why that is like that. So I think it was also mentioned the use of these new tools, like visualization of similarities and methods that we have to see how networks are being constructed and what are the importance and the use of these networks. And we can do this based on the SciELO books, for example. Use of statistics, just to say that the average human has 1 breast and 1 testicle. That facts are stubborn, but statistics are much more pliable. If you want to inspire confidence, give plenty of statistics. It doesn't matter if they're accurate or intelligible, as long as there are enough of them. The statistics on satiety are 1 out of every 4 Americans suffering from some form of illness. Think of your 3 best friends, if then okay. So this is a use of statistics to project how many husbands she's going to have. And so, and you see by today she has, yesterday had none, today has 1. So in the next month they have 4 dozen husbands. So, and then obviously there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. So I think that we have to be really careful when we start to talking about indicators, about looking for the perfect partner. Then we imagine what we think that is. And so I go and describe it. And a lot of times what I describe, he likes to smile and laugh, hugs, give me kisses, give me presents. And then what I described is that. So I think it's really important when we go to talk about the question of indicators, etc., that we know what we're looking for, so that we do not, or if not, we're going to be what's called herding cats. So it's impossible to herd cats. I think the dogs are more interesting because she's got a really bad problem. So because she goes and puts it in, there's no control, and therefore if there's no control, then she doesn't get anywhere. So I think times change, methods change. The same thing doesn't apply to everything, so we have to find what's good for each one of us within that we're looking for. And everybody stay calm. And thank you very much.
Bom, boa tarde a todos. Inicialmente eu gostaria de agradecer o convite feito pelo Abel, pelo Sérgio e pela professora Cláudia Medeiros. Bom, inicialmente eu queria colocar por que eu estou aqui, né? Eu sou da Escola Politécnica, minha formação é na área de computação e a minha contribuição hoje, né, é mais voltada para a área de ciência aberta, focada na
school. We have the PI, Shirley Stalin. She's here. She coordinates this project. And it's a project that involves 3 research foundations, actually 4 agencies, including FAPESP. So it involves 40 countries, 15 researchers. So many universities are involved, different levels of researchers. Some are senior, some are younger, junior researchers. And we learned a lot from this project. So data are made available. To what extent are these data ready to be reused? That's a synthesis project assessing the socioeconomic indicators of conservation agencies. In Brazil, there are many measures, but 60% of the Brazilian territory has conservation units. Let's see the socioeconomic impact of these units. We have used machine learning techniques in order to assess, evaluate those factors. And these projects have shown us that we have many problems regarding quality of data. And why do we have this problem of data in repositories? Publishing data is a bureaucratic activity for researchers, just paperwork. People are not thinking about reproducibility, replicability of what they publish in articles. They are concerned about, I have to comply with the requirements of my research agency and requirements made by publishers. The issue of making data available is a key issue, and it's a noble issue in research. A great amount in research projects. We can see USGS in the US, they have huge projects, and 10 to 20% should be allocated to management. So management and administration are different. Administration will follow up management. So that's one point that I would like to discuss with you. In inclusion, we know that projects, we have a PASEC project. We have a specific FOSSI for data management. The projects that have good dimension, they should adopt those management approach throughout the whole project. That's what I had to say. Thank you for the invitation once again. For those who don't know me, I'm Germana. I work with scientific dissemination, reporting, and I've been doing this for 20 years. In the past 10 years, I have worked more in the intersection of scientific communication and scientific reporting. First, I would like to congratulate Abel and the SciELO team for the anniversary. And SciELO works in scientific communication. I believe that maybe 2015 or before, when Attila Yamarino came to discuss about altimetrics. At that time, he was not well known. Altimetrics was an alternative metrics that we say it's a complementary matrix that shows us different indicators, showing attention to scientific work outside the academic environment. But we know that alternative methods or metrics, actually, they have a focus on the academy. Let's disseminate science in order to have more visibility, to have a higher impact factor. So we are still looking indicators that were a good opportunity for us to convince researchers that they should do scientific dissemination or reporting, but we are still discussing about how we can improve traditional indicators. Let's discuss how we approach university in Brazil. Three pillars: research, teaching, and what we call extension or outreach. Outreach would be a pillar, but unfortunately it's not. The National Education Plan in 2023 changed, and now the syllabus for undergraduate courses in Brazil should include 20% outreach. So outreach is to talk to society outside the university walls. And the pandemic showed us that we are responsible for our society. And we were urged to do science, to do open access, to do open science during the pandemics. So what happened after the pandemic? Have you learned anything about scientific communication and outreach after the COVID pandemic? I think we did good things, but somehow we are moving backwards in some practices. I have some suggestions, new indicators. In the lab where I work, it's a lab at Unicamp University, and now we could have DOI in 2 journals when we were indexed at SciELO. So scientific journals with a DOI, and I expect to have a different identity apart from DOI, and the cost should not be based in American dollars. And the indicators should be used so that we can track and know what is going outside the academic scenario. So I've written many articles for a journal that is called Ciência e Cultura, Science and Culture, from the Brazilian Society of Science. And in my Google citation, I can see many of my texts on scientific communication, much more texts than scientific articles. We know use, visibility outside the academic community we can gain with our works. So I believe it's about time. Last week I was at Confoa in Natal, in Brazil. It was a national conference on open access. We are all aware of UNESCO recommendations for open science. We have to think about dialogues, equity, diversity, different voices. But if we look at the program of both conferences, we are still discussing how to make changes inside the academies. inside universities. I believe we should try to find indicators that can translate the three pillars: research, teaching, and outreach. For research, we have many indicators, but we need indicators showing the importance of a dialogue with society and making knowledge a public good, a common good. We have made efforts in order to have it more diverse, but we have to look outside the university walls. Thank you. Well, I will change a bit the schedule. We have just 15 minutes. It's amazing how strict this clock is. Well, but it works. We have to acknowledge that. If we had agreed before, we could not have better speeches. Adriana mentioned how we can measure impact, that it also means communicating by public policies, by different tools, all the biases that we know that exist. We've discussed about this many times here. And Connie, we need evidence. But Connie said, be aware, evidence may be misleading. And then Pedro said, oh, we need data curation, better data, so that we can have correct evidence. And Germana emphasized the need of transforming evidence that we produce, studies, in an easier way that is easier for communication, for dialogue. She mentioned indicators. What is the problem that we have today? If we think about the impact on social, environmental dimensions, we don't have data. We have to go to the field or get data from the past. So when the agencies want to show social impact, economic impact on education, on health, we don't have sources of information. We don't have indicators that will allow us to do this. And if we think about those lines, data curation will be crucial. We have just 12 minutes. What do you think, Abel? Should we open to the audience? And then we discuss with the panelists. We started a bit late, so we don't want to delay, especially on the last day of the event. So if you have any questions, any comments.
Can I just tell a joke? Have you heard about the 30%? So this is how it goes. 30% teaches, 30% of teachers do research, 30% of researchers do outreach, and 30% do administration. But, well, that would add up to 120%, right? But no, it's only 30%. We have to be careful because what often happens is that the same professors are receiving more demands, because usually researchers are also professors. Less than 40% of professors are in graduate programs in universities. So we have the same professors who are teaching undergraduates, grad students, doing research and trying to head departments, be heads of laboratories. So they also have to write research projects. So we do need support. And that's the support that we are missing. So many of you are journal editors. We talked about how important it is to have high impact journals, but that needs funding. How do you want to have a high impact journal if you don't have any support? I think we're still very amateurs in how we deal with what we expect from our institutions and from our journals and our researchers. So I'd just like to make that known. So this joke, I don't know if it's by George Guimarães or Deborah Fall. Thank you, Connie. Yes, I think we have to get that off our chest as well.
From South Africa, Mangosuthu University of Technology. Maybe I'll ask or say something maybe different, but because we do talk about challenges in funding, which is true, and we talk about research to have social impact, but when I look at the audience here, at most, we have, the educated people, the academics, the intellectuals, and so on. Yet we talk of social impact and we talk of funding. Maybe isn't not the time that in gatherings like this, maybe we also invite the members of the public, to be part of these discussions, because at the moment the discussions is among ourselves, the academics, the educated one. Yet we want to have an impact socially. And the society that we want to have impact on is not here. So I understand it needs funding, it needs a lot of money, but maybe isn't it time that the focus also expands and include those whom we claim, to really talk about in our research. Thank you.
Thank you.
New concept whereby you don't think for a project to be successful, it is not only the researchers, but it's also the communities that are involved. So it's a change in some ways, and then a lot of other areas I think already have the non-academics involved. For example, a lot of the agriculture research have farmers involved. A lot of the business of the technology have those areas involved, but I think a lot more needs to be done. But I think there is a change occurring within some financing agencies as to how that research that is socially relevant needs to have social involvement.
Oi.
So I'd just like to add on that question that was asked now that I think that once again we're going to have to change how higher education goes, at least for undergraduates, because now we are having an open science movement where much of the scientific community is still not familiar with. This is a 20-year-old movement, and I see many colleagues who don't know what it means or what the advantages are. So that also needs to be brought to university syllabuses so that we can do citizen science. We hear that it's important, that UNESCO is suggesting it, but how do we do it? It's a major challenge. It's not simple to involve communities and to work with contributions from the public. because it's not about the public collecting data. It's something else. It's about dialogue, social engagement. So once again, I think we also need to refer back to our base and transform the curricula of these future scientists and researchers to teach how we can do it, how we can have open science, and how we can have it more engaged and directed towards society. Great. Any more questions? Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you for this panel. I think you raised many important points for discussion. I think actually throughout the week we heard many interesting things that we can reflect on. But I'd like to talk about what Professor Pedro raised on research data and data reutilization rates. You had a provocation. You asked how much data is really supporting data reutilization. What we've analyzed is that they haven't. That data is being made open because of an imposition, and people don't understand the reason why it's being done, and how it's being done. So how can we really educate researchers the importance of planning so that they can generate data that can truly be reutilized? And this connects to what Professor Germana mentioned on education. We see that in many countries where we see open science and open data as a more advanced thing, like the program that we've seen in Leiden University, students are already being informed on data management and data stewardship. The person who will support researchers is already there with the researcher working with them. So how can we change our culture, our way of thinking, and add one more ingredient here, which is funding? This was said before. You talked about, and in some models we have 10 or 15%, but in our model we have 5%. If we get 5%, there will be significant advances to make resources go to data management. Thank you. Thank you for that question. That's one of the points that I'd like to raise. First, we have a generation of researchers, and they need to assimilate this concept of open science. Research projects, in a way, there's no free lunch, right? So people need, or rather agencies need to consider some additional resources for management and data management. So executing the process is a part of research. It's not only about being the user of an infrastructure to know how much that can improve, because this infrastructure is being developed. It's a part of the study, right, to manage it. So it is a noble activity. That's one point I'd like to raise. Another point is this. We're very far when we talk about training our undergraduates. I see our students at the university, at the School of Engineering, what they like to do is to be in competitions. They like to receive awards. So we need to create these devices as well in open science. Competitions. For example, there's a very well-known platform called CARE, which we don't use here, but undergraduates love to reproduce experiments in the CARE platform. We need to look at these good initiatives from society and bring them into academia in a structured way as well, so that they can also be included in their vision. And they will be the new generation of researchers. So we need to look at it carefully. So there are two issues here. First, we need to consider research funding, and agencies have an important role at that. it is a noble activity, right? Data management. And the other thing is that we need to think about new strategies to attract students to towards data management. That's also an important point. We have one more question here. Thank you. So I tried to find some more information on this, but when we talk about open science, we need to think about complementary or alternative channels to websites. Not only because they would allow one to have more flexibility in understanding what is being said on a project, but we need to have formal and traditional ways of involving communities to, for example, recover traditional indigenous knowledge. This can also be in a website, including alternative formats for non-written communication like videos, music, and so on. As a specialist in this area, I have to say that you can develop indicators for the use and of information from websites that can be very interesting. I always say that my papers have about 24 readers, but my website has 8 million visitors a year. So if we're talking about open science, and I don't mean to disregard journals from our platforms, but I think we also need to consider other methods, other initiatives. I didn't know about them before, but now I see that they're very interesting. So please create a web portal.
A researcher comes from outside, goes into a community, collects data, goes away, and doesn't leave anything behind. He just drops in on a helicopter, collects everything up, and takes everything away. So the idea with Amazon Plus 10 is that this should change, and that if we want to show impact, then the impact should be on the communities where the research is being done, and not necessarily in producing papers. And so a lot of what the Amazon Plus 10 is what they call below canopy. A lot of research beforehand was above canopy, canopy being the top of the trees, and trying to make the other impacts that mean that the communities and the forest can be conserved, but then it can also generate some sort of income for the communities that are there. And so I think that's something, Sergio, that we're setting up a nucleo of evaluation in FAPESP, and one of the things that Sergio is going to be looking at is other measures of impact that go beyond the impacts, and then one of those is economic impact or social impact, etc. So I think that we're very much aware that impact is not necessarily publishing papers. Sorry? Tenho portal.
Tem uma pergunta.
So similar to what Isidro said, I think that it's important for the future of SciELO, besides metrics, to be an integrative platform. The major leap would be to add in technology that would allow graphs, 3D illustrations, videos, to be present. Also translation to other languages, audio. So being able to listen to something in Spanish, for example, or an app that would allow you to get a summary for the press about that article. Instead of, just having hours of reading, maybe having a version for high school, for basic education with simplified language. I think with that suggestion, that justifies some of our effort of having scientific communication. We talk about open access, but you cannot simply be available and be free of charge, because only those of us who understand scholarly writing are the ones who will be able to make use of that. If we think about patients who have a certain pathology, who are seeking treatment, or who want to know how the medical community is dealing with a certain disease, they'll find a scientific article, but they won't be able to make use of it. So when we talk about scientific communication, scientific journalism, a lot of what they do is to transform this language so that it really becomes something that is available, accessible, understood, and used. We have to remember that many media channels, many journalist outlets also have paywalls. So we also have to think of ways of connecting this information and, see how we have tools. For example, one paywall gives us a way of finding an open access version of that article that you can read. But if you're in the community, if you're not in the community, if you're not a scientist, then you also have to find ways of locating scientific material or information from journalists about that paper. So this will help us with citizen science, outreach projects, public policies. This infrastructure connecting different audiences might be something worth exploring for the next few years. We have one more question, and then I think we have to wrap up. Good afternoon. My name is Daisy Arroyo from the University of Costa Rica. It's a pleasure to be here and greet all of you. I wouldn't want to leave without saying this. SciELO has revolutionized the access to information in the world. I think that it was a very successful program, as Professor said at the beginning of the session. And as was said, I believe that it's also important to think about this next revolution, which is bringing information for our societies. That cannot be disregarded. We have to go back to society. Researchers left. They are, making studies, they're gaining their points, they're concerned about these things, but maybe we have left our society behind and abandoned. So I think we need to remember that information and research on the problems that affect our society and our poor Latin America that needs us, needs researchers, needs people and journals and specialists in different areas of journalism that will allow us to take this information to the rest of society so that they understand what is the importance of our universities, of our research institutes, and our journals, our publications. If we're able to recover that, I think we're going to be able to do a lot more. Thank you.
I would like to thank any further comments. I would like to thank everyone, all the panelists, the participants. Our topic is 25 plus. I'd like to thank Abel once again for this opportunity and an applause for our panelists. Thanks, Professor Sergio. And the panelists, we're going to take a picture before carry on to the next panel. So now we have the panel synthesis of the event. What we have new and what are the expectations for the next 25 years. We are just organizing the stage. We have questions that we've asked during the 5 days, and they are available. If you want to check the answers, they are available there, the questions and the results. For the next panel, so what's new and what are the expectations for the next 25 years? Professor Dr. Sabine Righetti, she's coordinator of the BORI agency, and she's a researcher at LabJOR at the University of Campinas. Professor Dr. Francisco Osorio, and he's the Deputy Director of the Chilean Network of Scientific Journals for Open Access. And he works at the State Chilean University. Professor Fabrício Marx, he's the editor of FAPESP, Pesquisa FAPESP Journal, FAPESP Research Journal, and he is the presenter of Pesquisa Brasil podcast. That's Research Brazil podcast. I'm a journalist. I've been working for the journal for 19 years and working about SciELO for 18 years. So I have the great honor to talk about the next 25 years. I interviewed Abel and Professor Meneghini. At that time, we had 134 journals. We were talking about problems that we still face, talking about financing, how we could expand the sources of financing. And maybe I'm the journalist that have interviewed Abel more often. Apart from what we prepare about SciELO Library for the journal, I ask him about open access, open science. At least 3 or 4 times per year, I talk to him. So it's a great honor to be here today. So I'd like to give the floor to Professor Sabine, 10 minutes for each speaker. And let's see if we have time for any questions. Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank for the invitation and congratulate SciELO for the anniversary, 25th. Well, according to the most recent literature, adolescence is up to 24 years of age when the prefrontal cortex is ready. So SciELO is no longer a teenager. Agência Bori, where I work, we were born because we had a partnership with SciELO. And sometimes we make their life quite difficult. But we'd like to thank them for this partnership. We wish you a long life. And Sigmar, he's a go-buddy. You should go to Bori, and he helped us. But Abel gave us the mission to summarize what we've have been debating for 5 days. We discussed a lot about open science, a quite broad concept. And we understand open science, as you could see in the letter that we were given. But in my analysis, 3 issues were very often discussed here for open sciences. First, it's science that is available for free, and it's accessible or available, and also accessible considering inclusion. I'm going to read here something that I took notes. Half of the Latin American journals have no open access. There is much resistance of them to have open access. Susan from South Africa showed difficult connections in the African continent, so that's a cultural problem and a problem related to not having internet available. We discuss about paying for access. Who will pay the bill? So that's a matter that has not been solved. Open access to scientific knowledge, we know that someone is paying. But we are far away from a conclusion for this discussion. And SciELO launched a proposal of CCP contributions to production cost. That's an alternative to APC. So you pay for processing scientific knowledge, and different rates are charged according to who is publishing the scientific article. So that's the CCP proposal. And open science is that based on open peer review. I would like to link this concept from Malavika from OASPA, and she said, who can decide what is quality science? Reviewers. We should know who is making decisions, who is assessing, or who is making reviews. That's a quite sensitive issue. But if we think about peer review, we've discussed very many times, we're talking about review bias, and that's a debate on peer reviewing. And to disclose who are the reviewers is part of our discussion. I'm not sure who said on Monday, when we had the network meeting, that now we have more female peer reviewers. Maybe that's not positive because women are accepting a pro bono activity. So many issues to discuss about peer review. And the third issue is that Data should be accessible, should be given for free. Quite a delicate matter. Jolie from Biota Neotropica said, we cannot give many details about data about an endangered species. And Paulo said, in humanities, I cannot give many details about the populations that I'm studying. We are talking about the next 25 years. How can we make data available, especially in some fields of knowledge, because we are going to have many challenges. So these are the three topics that I could see: access to contents, peer review, and data. But I would like to add 2 more points. Abel always invites me to come here, and I keep talking. I understand open science as the science that is communicated in a social manner. It's outside the university. Science does not stop when you publish a scientific article. Scientific article is for your peers, and we have to talk about science to people who are not scientists. We do this through body agency, through the press, but we have to discuss with the who make decisions, managers. And we should understand that there is a social communication in science. This is part of science and not something that is marginal or just if we have spare time. Fabrício, as a journalist, I believe that is aligned with me. We have to talk about communication, communicating sciences. Massive from Ciência Sociedade said the journal should be in the society. Jacobit said not about social. He's the coordinator of the Matrix project. He talked about impact. Impact is the effect of a reality and not taking knowledge to a community of peers. If we want impact, whatever it means, because we have different perspectives, we have to go out of universities. We have to communicate science in a social fashion. And we expect in the next 25 years to do more of this. And the last comment, somehow provoking you, Abel, Andrea from CAPES mentioned this. That's a perspective of open science with idea. We are talking about diversity. That's what D in idea stands for. But we don't know if science that we do is diverse. Adriana has mentioned this today. We need data about diversity. When I read a scientific article, I want to know if there is gender diversity. I have to know if the authors are women. Or in the context of Brazil, when we have more black population, and we know that now, very recently, the black population has access to universities. So I want to know the racial diversity of scientific articles. And in body agency, diversity, talking about race, about topics about gender, we use this in order to decide which scientific article we are going to disseminate. I have 40 seconds. So we want to know the profile of science of someone who do not represent the majority of our population. We have to think about data sensitivity. We have the data protection law discussing about sensitive data. We discussed about artificial intelligence, AI, maybe the two words that were most often mentioned in 5 days. We cannot avoid talking about AI. I wouldn't say next 25 years. In the near future, we know that AI will be inside scientific production, how we index articles, how do they are submitted to the journals. AI may select manuscripts or articles for selection. So I'm promoting you. AI guides that were launched here for authors, for editors. How can we start dealing with AI? Last night, I used ChatGPT and I asked, what is body agency? What is the meaning of agency? We paid homage to Carolina Bori, who was the first female researcher in Brazil, president of the Brazilian Society of Scientific Research. ChatGPT said it's a network of scientific journalism. And then there was another one saying, no, it pays homage to Carlos Chaga, who was known as Bori. Imagine if I had to write a scientific article based on AI. We have to discuss more how we can use AI in the context of science. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm the last person that's going to speak. And then we'll have caipirinhas, beers. Throughout the week, I've been looking at this object. It doesn't seem to work for anybody. But where is the issue? Is it the technology? Or is it the speakers? Maybe the first answer is that the problem is how people relate to the technology they use. Let's say we see a researcher uploading their article to the OJS platform and getting frustrated because he doesn't understand how to use the platform. He doesn't know. Well, someone might say that that's his problem. SciELO's history can be seen from that perspective as well. There was a problem at the end of the 1990s in the Brazilian scientific communication system. Many of the articles were unavailable for researchers because, which made their work more difficult. But Abel reached the conclusion that there was a technology that was very new and that could be used to connect people to scientific articles. Its name was the Internet. 25 years later, we are witnesses that this problem has been solved. However, SciELO is not defined by one specific problem. The reason is obvious. If the problem is solved, it disappears, and the organization that was created to solve it would also disappear. But if we understand SciELO to be an organization that faces different problems in scientific communication, then we can say that we're going to celebrate many talks like this one every 5 years. The problem is that articles take 1 year to be published, if you're lucky. Okay, one of the solutions proposed by SciELO is to use the technology from prints, but there are other issues with the scientific communication system, and I'm sure that we'll face many others in the future. So I would propose that SciELO should be defined as a location in which we think about the problems of scientific communication. During one of our coffee breaks, we spoke to Professor Sigma. He said that if SciELO didn't exist, editors would do its work. But they wouldn't push scientific communication as strongly. SciELO creates pressure, but it also provokes. Throughout the week, we heard provocations from presentations by Jebel Drop, Citrilaquillo, who I'm a big fan of. De Barnskin proposed that we publish data, and we remembered that there was a religious dimension between the sky and purgatory. But another dimension of SciELO is the ethical component. From its origin, SciELO has embraced open access. And as we heard, the story of Europe would be very different if open access had been taking place from the beginning, 25 years ago, instead of being just a goal. We heard that ethics are in the concept of idea. And we talked a lot about this throughout the week. So Joanna Vol said that her first response would be to incorporate these principles immediately in the directory of open access journals. But a second response is that that would not be simple. And we would need to think more about how we're going to implement these values. One point that Juan Paulo Alperin presented very well with the study that he is currently doing. SciELO has an international dimension, and it can be expressed in different ways. For example, Freitas told us that the state of São Paulo does not invest only resources in journals from this city, but journals from all of Brazil, Latin America, and is now supporting projects in Europe, Africa, and Asia. And this all happened because researchers realized that solving problems in Brazil would have implications. We would have to think about how we could work as a network with other countries. The history of scientific communications in Latin America needs to have a chapter on how this city, through its ambassador, Abel Packer, has helped to give a different format to scientific communication in Chile, which follows the same principles to this day. And this was also possible due to a great librarian, Ana Maria Bracci, who created the Chile seal a few months after the Brazil seal was created. The team from South Africa, who was also here, was also created by someone who was a visionary. With this team, they encouraged them to follow the same path in collaboration. We also found an example of that in Japan. Tetsuko Nakajima said that thanks to the support of SciELO, they were able to implement their first system. So we could mention many other things, but what can we say about the future? Well, we have to refer back to the 1990s. That was when SciELO, PKP, Google, and many organizations were created, and many of them are here in this conference. But especially the internet was massively adopted, as we heard this morning. If you'll allow me to give a personal note, in 1997, I started the first epistemology journal for social sciences in Latin America called Cinta Te Mueve. It was inspired by a graphic work by M.C. Richards, and at the time, scholars didn't want to publish in a journal that only existed online because they didn't consider them to be serious enough. They couldn't be seen, and they couldn't even see the changes that were arriving to scientific communication. Many of the attitudes from the time are still seen today when we talk about artificial intelligence. I think that is a mistake. For the editors of the future who are here, and for those of you who are watching us online, XML will no longer be an issue. All the technical aspects of the publication system that we use right now will simply be stories in the near future. This remote control will no longer exist. And information processing capacity will grow. The computers that allow artificial intelligence to exist will be much more powerful. So we'll be able to create artificial intelligence that will receive articles and will make a first decision about that article, if it's pertinent or not for that journal. Meaning, we're going to train artificial intelligences with all the articles published in that journal, our mission, our goals, publication norms, and all the elements that we already know. And artificial intelligence will give us a suggestion about accepting or refusing that article or that paper in the first stage. It's not that artificial intelligence will replace us as editors, but they will be assistants. And what will happen then when human processes like making decisions will be assisted by artificial intelligence? It's just like with peer review. Artificial intelligence is going to process all ORCIDs, all platforms, and suggest to the reviewers one specific topic. And it will email us and will remind us every once in a while that we need to keep track of it. And if that happens, if SciELO is the place where scientific communication takes place, I think we have all it takes to face the future. But we need an ethical component, a technological component, and a concern for the people who are a part of the scientific community. The ethic community that, the ethic component that we mentioned has already been developed. So, final words. Since I'm an anthropologist, I'm going to have a ritual here to say goodbye. Out of everyone who started this journey in the 1990s, we all gave our contributions, and we can feel satisfied and happy, but it's time to give way to the new generation. Thank you. Any questions? I have no questions, but I have a number of topics that I could raise in after this 20-minute conversation. So I'm going to ask a question. Artificial intelligence, I think, is, from what you said, I didn't participate in the other days, but this is a topic that's very relevant for me. What do you think, how do you think it will affect scientific communications? You know, considering your own line of work, how will this change what you're doing at Agência Bori and in the Chilean network? How will it affect your work? Can you hear me? Is this working? Well, when we created Body, we developed a technology. Actually, we did this together, right? We designed this technology together to see, you know, there was a mirror of scientific papers that were being uploaded. We added other journals from other indexers. And now we have a human choice process. So we can access about 110 papers a day. That's about 600 a week. And we choose less than 1% of them. We pass that on to the press due to our supporters. We have supporters, there's an operational cost, and we can spread maybe 3 a week. It's a human choice, and it's very difficult. We're now developing a technology, Technology 2.0, as a partnership with Microsoft. It's going to start next year. And the intelligence will do many wonderful things, but to summarize it, it will connect to our indicators. As I said, there's a diversity criterion, topic, institution, gender and racial criteria. That's why we need this data. And then this AI will tell us, you know, they're talking about this topic too much, but this one hasn't been discussed. You haven't discussed this institution. And at a later stage, it will also start to understand how scientific articles impact the press to give us a better indication. Like, this topic is something that the press likes, this one might be nice, and it will follow other criteria. But for this first filter, it will be very important. During the 20th anniversary of SciELO here, we weren't talking about artificial intelligence like we are today. This is something that just appeared, but we can already understand the importance that it has. In the next SciELO conference, it won't be like this one. I don't think we knew what was going to happen today back then, but it's essential to understand the technology. It's important to be able to use it. So our publications area, as was said before, is metadata. This will be very important for you. Cedar also mentioned scienceometry, and that would be wonderful. That would be a powerful tool for you. Many of the talks that we heard throughout the week were very difficult to understand for editors, but for you, they are powerful tools. The problem or the issue lies in the fact that AIs are entering in how publications are run. Artificial intelligence is an assistant. For example, this week, some of you might have updated your computer, your Windows computer, and there's something there called Windows Copilot. It just appeared in our operating system. So now each author has an artificial intelligence tool, and editors will be able to include this kind of processing in their own operations. There's no problem for an artificial intelligence to create an article, because we won't be able to understand if it was written with the use of artificial intelligence or not. The issue is maybe generative AI, which is the kind of AI that we currently have, it might create quality information. And if it does, The question that remains is, should that paper be published in our journals? Any questions?
Well, during this week, we've been discussing many interesting topics. So if we think what we should process, there are many topics. We had many experts from Latin America, and everything that has been proposed is crucial. And we heard about preprint, AI, open data, data mining. If I think what I would do, combining all these, what would be the role of journals in the next 25 years? AI has played its role, open data, open mining, or data mining, in order to review the documents. Peer review will decentralize peer review, or if I could say so. And if we think what the journals do, it's a system that will justify and science will assess and then disseminate. So what is the panorama, the scenario that we can expect? That's something that we cannot see now. The answer is, now we know, but we are paying attention to what may occur. For instance, up to some time ago, we didn't know that AI could make decisions. And we, as editors, make decisions. Think about our job, our role. What I propose is that we don't have like a replacement thesis. The proposal would be SciELO should think about two components. Then I will repeat what I said in my lecture. AI has been developing very fast and strongly. And another component that we've discussed here is about ethics. About ethics. Every week we've discussed about this. So we have the ethical dimension and the technological dimension. Both of them should guide SciELO in its future proposal. It's an open dialogue that should include the two components. I would like to emphasize the importance of the guide on how to use AI and to think about different different audiences. So shall we discuss about this? And we know that we have to carry on our dialogue because we are going to have challenges that we cannot think about them now. Even if we have a decentralized process, it's important to have someone guiding us, leading us. Any further comments? I would like to reply my friend, telling him that the future will answer. He asked if it would be possible for robots or AI or data mining could try to write articles, scientific communication articles, not considering journals. And this make me think about an old story. Can we create a robot that will create new robots? Yes. It was difficult, but just the first one was difficult. Therefore, now we don't have AI capacity that can innovate. Innovation comes from inspiring team, someone who can see the connections or make discoveries. This has not been posed so far. In a future SciELO meeting that I'm sure I won't be present, I won't attend, I hope the problem could be solved. But meanwhile, human beings will have to keep writing. And the last message, what can I not make? AI has no irony, it's not sarcastic. Okay, Alex? Thank you for Brescium and the speakers. Let's take a picture, please. Just preparing the stage for the final words by our director. So the last panel, the future is open. New challenges for SciELO network. I'll give the floor to Abel Packer, Director of the SciELO FAPESP program. You have the floor. Thanks, Alex. I took some notes. In the opening ceremony, I acknowledged and I greeted the presence of the guests, just to assure that I'm not a chat box. And what we've been discussing, I believe that in the next 5 years, we may have something different to discuss. SciELO 25 redefines or reinforces as an open science program with impact, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So what are the meanings of this week? A very human week. What do I want to emphasize? During this week, actually, we held 30 webinars before this conference, and we had the commitment to learn, adopt, adapt, disseminate the modus operandi of open science under the perspective of maximizing its impact when advancing research, when preparing researchers, and in education, because we give information to public policies, we give information to society. We want to win the fight against misinformation and to contribute to Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. The impact of open science, based on our model, should be impregnated and enriched by policies, practices, and environments that will give privilege to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. The open science modus operandi with idea based on SciELO network was expressed on SciELO Declaration, supporting open science. We addressed 3 points, basically. The success of SciELO network is a conquer of the national innovation. SciELO model has some characteristics that have been consolidated in the past 25 years. And considering statistics, we want to promote open science in a model of decentralized networks. That's basically that. Open science modus operandi should be the basis for national and international research models. We should do research in a comprehensive way. We should value research communicated by journals that are published for free as a essential part of scientific work. The national collection at SciELO shows an organized open science as public policy and international collaboration. We have a commitment to idea, and this renovates our principles, our functions, our objectives, and the modus operandi of SciELO network. And this will make us think about a poem by Thomas Eliot, stating that by the end of our search, we are going to go back to where we started. And for the first time, we are going to recognize the place. So now, open science, for the next 20 years, will be the end of this search cycle. And that will be the model: publish before, assess later. We should make available the source codes, open peer review, and we should contribute to citizen science. That's an interpretation of this conference. And this applies to the research community. Some way we are going back to our oranges to trying to understand the future meaning. SciELO network promotes in a systematic manner knowledge as an individual process encapsulated in social processes. Many people said that science and research is very much related to ego, an individualist approach. But actually, we have a social network that we want to promote. We take part in a collective work, and we acquired more knowledge. Now we are more competent after 1 week. During the SciELO 25 week and 30 seminars, we could see the dimension of a collective construction. It's a major effort. For the network, we want to redefine, renovate what we call the network governance with open communication infrastructure. Moreover, in this dimension of a collective construction, I would like to thank over 50 partners, sponsors, who made this SciELO 25th week. I'm very pleased to thank the excellence, dedication, quality of the interpreters, simultaneous interpretation. There was a consensus that it was a high-level interpretation. We would like to thank Aquaviva, who gave support to our activities during this week. The designers who prepared this poster on the wall. Yesterday, Professor Lucia reminded us, I don't know how to define the kind of literature by Borges from Argentina, the Babel's library. So we have these in hexagons. I'd like to thank the hotel manager. And on the first day, we had authorities who reassured the commitment to SciELO project. I project a slide saying it was the Hall of Fame, emphasizing what FAPESP does. It's a systematic functional role to assure that SciELO will keep on its operation. I would like to thank all speakers, all coordinators for the panels that made this one of the most important communication forum based on idea. I won't mention any names, but I would like to thank all the sister platforms that are here, PAP, DOAJ, and others. The SciELO collection coordinators who represent our daily activities, considering sustainability and resilience of SciELO network. And I do thank from my heart SciELO team for dedication and their professionalism. To conclude this SciELO 25 week, considering the future, we made an analysis of the past, of the book. There was, we so love open access. And that's a book written by many pioneers. And the meaning of this week was, we do love open access more than ever. And as Nietzsche said, the cure for love is love that we can retribute. And open access loves SciELO, and SciELO loves everyone, you all.
I'd like to invite on stage people from the SciELO network and the Encino network to the stage to be applauded as well. Thank you.